Second I got off the plane in Manila, people were trying to jack me.
Yeah.
So
Dude, they look at you like breakfast.
yeah,
It
they're like,
literally
oh,
might
and
be
a
breakfast.
walking ATM machine, and then they try to jack you
Yeah.
for it. So
Yeah.
ridiculous, man. Like, so we're just trying to warn people about what's happening. But when it's weird because when Yuri talks about it, they get really upset. Do this. So yeah, they don't want the Philippines to look bad, but it's like, no, that's not why we're saying that. Every country has good and bad things. We're not talking
Yeah.
crap about the Philippines. We love the Philippines. We love
Yeah.
Filipinos, of course. I wouldn't marry. I'm not a bigot. I'm not racist. I love Filipino. I love the culture. Not even just like
I remember
everything
you talking
about
about
it.
moving there. You talking about moving there.
Yeah, for a
There's
long
got to be a
time.
reason why you want
It,
to live there.
exactly. The not just like the women, the people. I mean, most of my experiences there have been great, but we just kind of warn people, especially men who are trying to move there and trying to retire there and trying to find a life there. We're warning them, like, listen, it's not all good. You know what I mean? Like, here's the things to
Right.
watch out for, and that's what. And Yuri has helped many man. You know how many thousands of people who have contacted us and directly thanked Yuri for that very video
Yeah.
that went viral. I'm telling
That
it's
was a very important video. That was a very important video. It's real. It's the truth because there's plenty of videos that talk about how things are in different cities in America, but
yeah,
we don't get mad. So
of course.
why somebody don't get mad about that?
I mean, listen, you can be mad. Like I know that there was one local person who recently moved to Colorado Springs. This was like 3 years ago. She moved to Colorado Springs. She did this video about Colorado Springs, start talking mad crap about it, saying the good and the bad, not just all bad, but like the pros and the cons. And people got mad about that. But I'm like, listen, you can be mad. It's just a person's opinion of their experience. If
And
if
it's not
you
down in the places. They live in there.
right, it's just how I think about it. I don't know. My thing is, if I'm offended by something, like if there's a David Duke out there, you know what I mean, and I'm offended, I'm just not gonna watch it. That's the worst thing you can do to them. By
Right.
the way, if you
Or,
if
or
it,
just or just you got to look inside yourself to figure out why you upset about something
exactly,
that
brother,
that shouldn't even bother you.
you know what's up. That's exactly
Yeah,
right.
I
Why does
know.
it bother you that much? Me myself. Like when I encounter a race, it took me a while growing up when some racial dude, some racist would, yell the N word out at me in his pickup truck driving by or something. It would hurt my feelings because I know what they mean by it, as a kid. But as I grew up, I'm like, why am I letting this guy control how I feel? I was having a good day. I'm gonna let this person control how I feel. You know, and then I'm like, no, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna give them the satisfaction of bringing me down. It's a psychological thing. They want to make themselves feel better, and the thing is, you just have to, like you said, you got to evaluate yourself. Why am I
Right.
so upset about what this person is saying? So
I
that's
got I got I got a lot of respect for you and Yuri. Y'all done a lot of amazing things, and y'all also prove that a second marriage doesn't have to be like that doesn't necessarily mean it ain't gonna work. I'm not saying y'all don't have problems, but y'all definitely making it work. So
yeah.
The thing is, you
that
just have to,
that's a
like
beautiful
you
thing.
said, you got to
Facts, man.
evaluate
It can
yourself.
work.
Why am
Work.
I
It
so
definitely
upset
takes
about what
effort
this person?
to make it work. It definitely takes. It can be challenging. We definitely had some issues with my ex and stuff, but you can get through it. Second marriage don't have to be bad. It for me, it's been great, man. It's been one of the best things, the best thing in my life. And we, man, like financially it's great, emotionally it's great. My kids are happy, man. My life is different, man, with Yuri. And
That's another part I would actually ask you to maybe consider in one of your books because a person like me, I have children, and so I look at it like how'd you come across with them and how'd you deal with that with them and stuff like that. You know, how did they react when Yuri showed up and all that? Those kind of things would be kind of cool to throw in a book
hmm,
when you're dealing with I'm just throwing those as
yeah,
ideas,
yeah, okay,
because because realistically, I mean, every guy starts at different stages, but guys that have that or whatnot, that might be something that you might want to consider because a lot of guys, have get into these relationships and then they have to introduce their children to these people that don't necessarily have kids or whatnot. So you need to know you make sure you pick the right person that deals with kids well too. And it's a
Absolutely, man.
challenge. It's challenging.
That's been something that we don't put on film, but it definitely is a challenge. It's definitely hard, especially with
Hmm.
teenagers.
I'm
We have
sure.
moments, man. Like for sure. It's just something
And you
I
got two girls too. You got two girls, so
You
you
already
know you
know,
got
man.
challenge.
You already know how women, how that feminine energy sparks. But we get through it, because ultimately we realize we're on the same team, and that's something I
Right,
emphasize. Like, listen, guys, we're on the same team. We're going on the same path, and I
right.
emphasize that a lot, and I think that the kids are finally starting to get it.
Well, one's
Yeah,
18 now, so clearly that one's probably going to college soon, or following in your footsteps. So
yeah,
it's
absolutely.
a process. I mean, Bruce, like I said, you're a real people person. That's what makes it really cool for you to be in this. We need like all kinds in the genre, and you definitely bring your part, and you do it very clean too. Like it's not raunchy or anything like that. You just kind of come straight forward and very very educated versions of what you're given. And I appreciate that.
Well, like my take on it is that I want to impart on people. I want to give people something that I've been lucky enough to have. This a lot of people don't have the benefit of having my experience, and I want them to know, like, listen, there's an alternative. You can make it, you know, and
Gotcha.
and I think if all of us do a little of that, like if we help each other out, because life is hard, it can be really hard, and
Yeah.
I want to impart on people like you can make it. You can have a good relationship. You can have money. You can have a stable life. You can have stable emotional situations. It especially us as black men, like it's hard. It's hard, man. It's like
Yeah.
it's
You
you have
ain't
moments where
gotta tell me.
it's
I
really hard.
understand where you come from.
But I
I
want I want them to
understand.
know. I want everyone to know, not just black men, not just black people, but all of America, not just Americans, anybody. Like whatever you want to have, like you can have it, man. If I can do it, anyone can do it. So that's
Yeah.
truly how I feel, and that's how I
And
talk on my
you
other
always said
channel and
that.
everything. On my
You
other
said that before.
Yes, and on my other channel say the same thing, like doing IT stuff and growing in this field and doing well in this field. And I truly feel that if I can do it, if a dropout if a high school dropout can do as well as I've been able to do, then you can do it. And I just tell people the path I took. Like here's what I did. You don't have to do what I did, but I'm just
Mhm.
living proof that you can have success, and hit rock bottom and still have success in your relationship, with an international relationship, with whatever situation. You got to deal with the cards you've been dealt, but you can go in the
Did-
right direction and you can make good.
I remember at one point you had quit your job and you had pretty much gone into business for yourself. Is you still doing that? Or that's what you're still doing, right? Am I
So
correct?
the story behind that one is we found this business opportunity that went really good. I was making about $400 a day, and I was doing some the business collapsed. It was like
Oh man.
a oh man, it wasn't an MLM. It was a business model that wasn't going to work, and I should have known better. So I went through it, and
Right.
I was making money. That's the truth. I did make a lot of
Mhm.
money, actually. I did bank some of that cash, but ultimately it didn't work out. So I since deleted all those videos because I don't want anybody to take those kind of risks that I did. So I'm like, But since then, what we've done is we've started a few other things. We've done publishing, that's doing okay. I'm selling courses online; those are doing really good. We bought a property in the U.S. and we bought like a few properties in the Philippines. All those things are starting to make money, man. All the work I did, like you said, I've been grinding. All that grinding I've done.
Been watching you. I watched you because I remember you said you was trying to buy. Y'all were working together to buy a condo. Because now here's something that I did not know until you talked about it. You can't buy property unless you're married to a Filipina, and you have and I did not know that you can't own the property in the Philippines without being married to a Filipino or a Filipino person in that country. I didn't know that until you said that.
You can't own property, period, as a foreigner. You can own like 49%. Like you can't own the majority of the property. So that means that the other it has to be owned by it has to be owned by a Filipino national. So they can own it. And I think that's a smart move for their country, so that people don't buy up, so the Chinese don't come and buy up all the entire. They could buy the entire Philippines, They could go there literally buy the entire Philippines. So it's a smart thing for their countrymen. That I think that's a good move to not go ahead and sell their whole country out. I wish the U.S. would do more of that.
Yeah, you said something about like you can own like a condo, but you can't own like the land underneath the condo, or like you can only own like the four walls. Like you can own something like that.
Exactly.
That's about it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Gotcha.
You can own. Yeah. Exactly. You can own a condo, because a condo is kind of like a business. Like you can rent it out, or whatever, but you can't own the land that the condo is on. So, and that said, like if the people who own the land on the condo say, well, that's it, we're shutting this down or whatever, they own the land. So that's something that we as foreigners have to keep in mind.
Now, I one other question. You can't become a citizen. Am I correct? You can't.
I think you can, but I think there's a long process of that. I've heard of Americans becoming citizens of the Philippines, but I'm not the person to ask about that. If we get more people on here, maybe we can ask them. I'm sure a couple guys know about this. Andy, Andy on here, Andy Beltran. Do you know about this?
Becoming my girl.
Go ahead.
My girl told me about you like if you like had to move to the Philippines, your children that are technically underage, they can move with you and technically take citizenship over there if you're married to somebody. So like technically maybe not your oldest daughter, but your younger daughter, she probably could take citizenship in the Philippines if you needed to leave the country. I didn't know that until recently. I had my girl look it up.
I know that I know a few people who they had a kid in the Philippines and their kid is now Filipino and American citizen. So I know like one of the tactics they'll do is they'll put the property name in their kids name, something like that. So I've heard of that happening. But yeah, I mean,
smart.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Me personally, like Yuri and I talk about it, I don't believe that I'm gonna move to the Philippines. I think I don't see myself moving there permanently anymore. Before it was an option, but now I don't think I'm gonna do it. There's just a lot going on there, so me personally not gonna do it. But and I don't think Yuri, like we've talked about it on a few occasions. We're like, nah, you know what? Like the more we think about it, the more it's like not what we want to do. Because we're doing really good here in the U.S. and I know with all these troubles and all that kind of stuff that is a problem. But every country has pretty bad problems. Every country goes through issues, and we're trying to do really good here and maybe have a home somewhere else. Maybe have a home somewhere like in Thailand or maybe Philippines or something, but not necessarily moving there. But that's just how we feel about it. We do have properties there, though.
I know you've been working. Like I said, I appreciate. Like I said, you got a lot of things going on. I just love to support the channel, So I sit here and sit in the background a lot of times, but I like your channel a lot. You got a lot of good that you're trying to do for people. I like that help that you're giving.
Absolutely. And the crazy thing is, like, with all the any kind of good that we've been able to do, we've gotten just as much benefit off of doing this kind of stuff, because a lot of people who we have met over the years have been super helpful to us, giving us great advice. We met wealthy people who are doing really good. They give us great financial advice, great legal advice, great. So we've benefited just from the community, just asking questions, or people just volunteering information of their own experience. That's one of the benefits of having an older audience who's very experienced. It's really been helpful. Like, Yuri's in the healthcare industry. We wouldn't have done it without knowing some people in this community who's in that medical industry. And some of the business things that we started, same thing. We've been able to really benefit off of the great things from the community. So it's a blessing for sure.
Yeah, well, I mean that either way. I mean, you definitely deserve it because all the information you've given out. I mean, you've given out a lot of free information on top of all of the even if you did charge a little bit, you that was warranted because you've given out a lot of free information for years.
Oh yeah. Yuri was at one point was helping people directly. Like, she was having people we had people calling us and like having people direct an email in and helping people directly with their visas and stuff. So it's been many, many years of just putting out free stuff, which is, it's been our pleasure to do that. So it's.
I guess my only other question for you, Bruce, would be like I heard you say the other day that if you could do it all over again, you would do the marriage there and go and get the marriage visa and just wait a year because it's taking almost the same amount of time.
Yeah.
Is that so you wouldn't do the fiance visa anymore, is what I'm understanding?
No, because the fiance visa, for whatever reason, is taking a lot longer. And this is my opinion. Like, and the reason I give the disclaimer is because legally, you're not supposed to give advice. you can get in trouble for that. And I don't want to mislead anybody. It's just my opinion. But the reason why in this day and age right now, the K-1 visa takes much longer. And then here's the thing. It's going to take you 9 months to go through the whole process. Your fiance gets here, you guys get married, and then it takes like another year to get the green card for her. And it's like, if you do the K-1 spousal visa, that takes one solid year. But when your spouse gets to the U.S., they have a green card waiting for them. I don't know if they give it to you before you get on the plane or when you get here. But it's way faster, and it actually ends up being cheaper.
Right.
So if I could do it now back then when we did it, it was really fast. It was like quick turnaround and really fast. So if I could do it, going back then, we were wanting to just turn it around. It only took like 4 months for us to get the whole process, the first part of the process. But then it took another year and a half to get the green card. So it still was pretty long.
But at least you were together, though. That was the cool
part, Yes.
Yeah, because the distance is, being together.
Yes.
And she may not be able to work, but y'all together is kind of a little better than being apart and waiting.
Exactly.
Just waiting, twiddling your thumbs.
And the crazy thing about it is, like, back then, like, because it was so quick, like, if it was 4 months, I would be pushing people to do K-1. And 4 months is worth the extra money, especially if you hate that long distance relationship, which is way harder to do. But yeah, it's just now that the K-1 takes so long, it's like, what's the benefit? What's the benefit of doing it if it's going to take that long? So
yeah, no benefit.
Not my mind.
Especially when you say you get a green card in the process with the K-1, with the spousal visa. That just makes more sense to me. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that.
Yeah.
I wanted to hear your opinion. I wanted to hear your opinion on that because I don't. But honestly, I'm kind of up in the air to buy my ticket and all that. I know some of the guys on your channel. I forget some of them. Some of them had said something about buying tickets
Big
in the
Truck
next couple of
Series
months.
review
Big
and
truck, yeah, big truck,
yeah,
yeah,
and a
big truck
couple other
series.
guys. Yeah.
Yeah, they said they're gonna buy tickets and around like November or December to get for like June of next year, and I was like, but if I get the ticket and then everything's not cleaned up, then I lose my money. So I'm kind of worried
Yeah.
about that.
What's crazy is that Yuri and I had bought tickets like before this COVID-19 thing. Oh man, we lost. Wow, we lost some money on that. Like, but I guess what happened was the airlines, what they would do is say, okay, we'll allow you to use this credit. We're gonna keep your money, but we're gonna give you a we're gonna we're gonna give you a credit so that you can go here and go there. But here's the limited list of places you can go, and here's the time frames you can go. It's like, okay, so yeah,
I don't
this
want that
isn't
credit.
cool.
I want that money.
Exactly. So yeah, I would definitely be cautious because at this point, man, with the U.S. having no plan to get rid of this coronavirus, there's no telling
Yeah,
what's gonna happen. You got other countries
yeah.
opening up. You got other countries not having any more deaths. Uh,
I,
Meanwhile, we having
I,
like 1,000 deaths a month,
I
a
do
day.
have some good news about the. I do have some good news in North Carolina. There's a few companies that have come out with possible
Oh,
cures to
awesome.
or vaccines for the scenario.
Yeah,
Now that's like in the RTP area, but they have to go to FDA approved. They got to get FDA approved and everything beforehand. But there's a few of them that have called. I got a friend that works at one of them, and he told me he said he said of course don't tell nobody what company it is. But there's so I'm not going to say the company name, but there's a few companies in the RTP area that have found possibly a cure or at least a vaccine for the coronavirus.
what's the
But they
RTP
just got
area?
to RTP area is like the science area. It's like where the planes come in
Oh
and
yeah, I know
Raleigh.
where you. Is that over by?
Yeah,
We were about to
so
move out
between
there.
Durham, like Durham, Mooresville
It's, okay, I was
area.
not by Greensboro.
It's before Greensboro and all that. Like
Okay,
it's in Durham. It's like right before Durham. So like Greensboro and Durham are like probably 30 minutes from each other,
gotcha.
and so Durham and it's where the airport comes in. It's like right there where the airport is. So you would probably if you had came into Raleigh, you would have flown into RTP where the planes are, and then drove to Greensboro.
Is that by
That's what
Cary,
you would.
North Carolina, by any chance?
Yeah, it's close to Cary. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
close to
because I get a
Cary.
lot of job offers from that area, so I figure it must be like real technical.
Yeah, RTP area is really technical. You probably that's where you would get a job. Is
Gotcha.
Cary, Mooresville area. Yeah, that's all RTP. So um, they came out with a cure. They came out with a possible cure or a vaccine, and now it's just going through the FDA approved process. And if that gets approved, and that's not the only company. There's like there's like three or four of them that I know of just in
Awesome.
the RTP area that's come out with a few things. They're not talking about on the news because they don't want to get people's hopes up and
Gotcha.
then tell
That's
people,
how you do it.
oh
That's how
yeah.
you do it.
So
Because
huh?
that's exactly how you do it. Because if you get on TV and like, oh, there's a cure, a miracle cure coming in 5 days, like it's coming before, like, and then the whole thing shuts down. It's like, what are you doing? You know,
Yeah,
what are you doing? Like Russia's doing,
yeah. You
man.
don't want you don't want that. So like
No,
the best thing to do in this scenario is they've got some they're not pushing they're not pushing the FDA. They're not going to push on them to get to pass out these possible cures. So they're going to test them the right way like they normally would. I
makes
know
sense to me.
a lot of people were a little concerned that they might not they might just push these out and say, hey, good luck, but they're actually, I just was listening. They're going to actually take their time with these cures and do that. That's so, or these not necessarily cures,
Vaccine.
the vaccines.
Yeah.
So, and of course, once they find a vaccine, which honestly would be the fastest turnaround of a vaccine probably in a very
Ever.
long time, because most of the vaccines I've heard, it takes up to about 7 years. So some of them take up to 7 years to get some kind of resolution of it.
Right.
But so it would be a very fast turnaround for it. So I would say that either they had like an idea of something similar to it already or something. In this world of darkness.
Yeah, it's crazy,
It's
man.
crazy.
Every time I look at the
It's a
numbers,
lot of
I'm
crazy
like,
stuff.
because now some people are just behaving like it didn't even happen or something. But
Oh
then,
yeah.
I mean, luckily in Colorado, a lot of people are wearing the mask and they've already made a mask mandate and stuff like that. But man, I'm like, damn. Then I look at the
Yeah.
numbers, I'm like, damn, really? So we're still having thousands of people infected, thousands of people dying.
Well,
I'm like, dang.
it's also because of certain things like for instance, I got a friend. He goes to a school in Georgia in Atlanta, Georgia,
Yeah.
and they're forcing him to come back to school. He's like, either you do it online or you come to school, because and if you don't do it, then you're gonna lose your scholarship.
R-
Well, he had to go do it.
Yeah, I heard that they were trying to do that for some time with the students, for the foreign students.
Yeah,
Yeah, they made it political, so they were like, okay, if you don't go to school, because for people with a student visa, and I don't remember the number of the student visa, but they were like, okay, you got a student visa, all right, if your school is doing this online stuff, we're gonna you can't do it. You're gonna have to go to another school, or you're gonna have to go back to your home country. And it's like, what? These people have paid thousands of
that's
dollars to
that's
do
not
this
fair.
for this school.
That's not fair.
Yeah, so they
It,
eventually they backed down on that. The federal government backed down. Thank goodness,
yeah,
because
yeah,
that
because
they were
that's
freaking
not their
out.
fault, man. Yeah, those
Exactly,
people are that's it's not their fault that
exactly.
they like. I'm totally nah. I don't necessarily get with the illegal stuff too much, but the people that come in through the front door, they paid all this money to go to these schools. They deserve to get whatever they deserve. They give them that, man. Leave them people alone. Leave them
Yeah,
people alone
yeah.
for
Mr. Mike T.
sure.
Man said it's like that all over Georgia. So all the schools in Georgia are doing that. Man,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't
They're making them go
understand
to
that.
school.
What is going on with
They're
Georgia?
making
Like,
them
isn't
high
Georgia
schools too.
22% black? Like, I don't understand why it's so, like, why they do those kind of laws. Or is it,
High schools are open too there.
are you for real?
I'm
What
serious. Yeah,
about,
yeah. It was
what about that outbreak that they had at the one school? Wasn't that in Georgia?
yeah, it
Where the
was.
kid took the picture of all the kids in the hallway with no mask, and then a few weeks later, a bunch of teachers got coronavirus.
Yeah, they had to shut that school down, but they opened up. I think they opened up a bunch of other ones.
Why is it so conservative there? Why is
The it's conservative in that state. It's a Republican state now, right now, from what I understand.
and that's what I don't understand. How is it a Republican state if there's 22%, something like 22, 25%? No, it's got to be more than that of minorities as a whole. So I don't understand what is going on. Why they even have Mike T. Man says Georgia has a Republican governor. Yeah, I get that, but
Yeah, yeah.
why? Why do they have a Republican governor? Who is voting for this guy?
Do you want to know why?
I want to know why.
Okay, I'm going to tell you why. Okay, largely though black people are more leaning towards the Democratic Party, more value wise, a lot of things the Republican side, a lot of black people lean towards the Republican side on. They just don't ever openly say it. So when you get that, you get that combination. It's just is in those states right
Gotcha.
there. You see
Bible
what I'm
Belt.
saying? Like, cause
Bible
you,
Belt.
yeah,
There's social
like I said,
conservatives. There's social
right,
conservatives.
right.
Okay, I kind of figured it was something
Yeah,
like that, but I didn't
yeah.
know.
It's not it's that the belief their beliefs and everything is totally Republican. So
Gotcha,
there it
gotcha.
is.
So
Or they're independent and they kind of flip back and forth.
understood, understood. Like so for things like abortion, they're totally against that. If it's
Yeah.
gay marriage, they're totally against that. Or it's transgender
Right,
stuff, they're
right,
against that. Or
right,
any of those
right,
kind of left leaning type of social issues,
right,
they're totally because they're
right.
very Christian there. It- Is
Yeah,
that
and
it?
I mean,
Okay.
just so you know, I'm kind of in the middle. I'm not 100% on either side. So I have a hard time with both sides with a
I
lot of this political stuff.
wow, I don't understand. Like that's been blowing my mind for years. I'm like, why? What is happening over here? Even when we went to North Carolina, we were in North Carolina, and we're like, how many? We're looking at demographics. We're like, okay, how many people of color here? Are there any Filipinos or any black people here? And we're looking, and we're like,
Yeah,
whoa, it's like 22% black here. Hold up.
yeah,
It turns out there's a lot of actual, compared to Colorado, a lot more. It's more of a mixture. And we're like, okay, then
right.
then we're looking at the news, the local news, and I'm sure you know some stuff about this stuff that's going on in North Carolina. But at the time, they've been caught for cheating. I'm like, okay, what's going on? Why are these Republicans pretty much running the place? And then one of it was either a senator or congressman or maybe it was the secretary general. I can't remember who it was, but got caught cheating on the election. I'm like, what is happening
Mm.
here?
Yeah, and that's you want to know if you don't know a lot about North Carolina's laws, but we had two Democratic governors get caught with embezzling money and got away with it.
Wow.
Both
Are
of
you
them got away
kidding?
with it. One got one he had his son. He was personally allowing he was having parties on boats using the ferry boats to have he went to court and they charged him $1,000 and his law license was suspended for a year, and that's all he lost. And everybody
Wow.
was so upset about that they went Republican after that, and then the next after they didn't like him, they went to this the second lady. She came in and
Who
yeah,
are these
gave
people who
herself a
are?
these were two Democrats, and everybody was so pissed off
Gotcha. They voted
that
him
it
out.
just so it's been yeah. So when they voted him out, so it's been a constant back and forth between the Democrats and the Republicans. But I mean, right now we got Roy Cooper. Nobody has a problem with Roy Cooper right now. We haven't heard. There's been some back and forth between the Democrats and the Republicans in the local area. But I voted for Roy Cooper because he just seems like a pretty good guy on the things he's doing.
Right.
I didn't like Pat McCrory. He had this bathroom law. I don't know if you heard about it back
Pat
then. It was,
McCoy. Yeah, I remember that one.
huh?
Yeah, I remember that. That's
Yeah.
when Angie's List and all these
I,
other giant corporations wanted to move out, and they were like, "Listen,
right,
if you're gonna start doing this kind of stuff, we're out of here. We're gonna take all the
right.
thousands of jobs with us. We're out of here." I remember that. Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah. So we were tired of Pat McCrory and his nonsense because it wasn't just the law didn't just dictate bathrooms. It was funny because
Yeah.
like I could walk into me or you could walk into a certain restaurant and they could refuse to serve us
Gotcha.
because of our color of our skin.
Right.
Like
They
so
wanted to.
it was a little more than just the bathroom law. The bathroom law wasn't why the company was backing out. They were backing out because of
Wow.
some of the stuff I just told you. Like that was
Civil
a big
rights
problem.
infringement on people's civil rights.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So it was that's why they were like, look, you can't do this. We're
Yeah.
gonna get rid of this. So yeah, that's why. But so that's why we went to Roy Cooper over Pat McCrory. But there's been a lot of back and forth between the Democrats and Republicans. Northerners are coming in here all the time. So and but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a good idea either. People need to pay attention to who they're voting for. That's I believe
Ultimately, you just
firm,
want somebody who's a good
firmly.
leader. It's not even about
Right,
Republican or RD or whatever. It's
right.
about
I don't
being a
care
good
about that.
leader. Yeah, honestly,
I don't care.
there's definitely some Republicans that I like, that I love actually, but it's all about being a good leader. If you're not a good leader, and right now there's kissing Trump's ass, and it's like, dude, you
I,
gotta call him out. If he's doing something stupid
I
or saying something stupid, you gotta have the balls and the backbone to call him out. And that's what's
well, yeah,
really bothering
absolutely.
me.
And that's the thing. You gotta stay neutral, especially I would say nowadays more than ever, you can't really pick a side and just be devoted to that side based on the
You
D or
can't.
the R in front of it.
You
You
can't.
got to look at it from you got to look at it from a logical perspective. Now, I
Exactly.
feel this. I'm very scared. I'm scared for whoever comes in office, honestly, because I don't like either side on this one. I really I know about Joe Biden's past, scares the nonsense out of me, and I know because you know what he signed,
Yeah,
man.
I know.
He created
I
that
know.
dude is proud of that sign. He said, "I'm proud of it, man. I'm scared of this guy." And then he's got his. Then he'll have his lapdog, which they're going to shoehorn her in as president eventually, because I don't see him making it all 4 years because
Yeah.
he's sacked and kind of lost. So they're trying to shoehorn her in, and I would have been better off if they had picked better candidates on both sides. I think that we would have we've been getting a lot of nonsense lately,
I'm not.
and I
I'm not
really
excited. Kamala. I mean, I'm excited that there's a woman for the first time is going to be vice president. I think that's cool and all that. But she wasn't my first woman. She wasn't my first pick. You know, like I mean, I appreciate she's super smart. She's hardcore and all that kind of stuff. I'm not excited about either one of them. You know, yeah, it's cool that a woman of color, a black woman is going to be in there and stuff. She's part Indian. That's all cool. But if you don't do the work, like if you're not a good leader, then I don't care what race you are. I don't care what gender you are. I don't care what your sexual orientation is. If you're not a good leader, then I'm gonna roast you. You know, that's it. Period. Okay, let me see. Mr. Mike T Man says, "Well, it was cheating. It was cheating here in Georgia in the governor's race." That's what I saw a little bit of that. It was crazy. And Mr. Mike T Man says, well, the movie industry in Georgia special and Lana face backlash over right wing racial and gender prejudice. Oh, that's happening in Georgia. Mike C says our governor here in Maryland, Larry Hogan, Republican, is great. I like him. And then he goes on to say no Biden and Harris. Yeah, I'm definitely Harris and Biden person. I'm not excited about it. But I can't stand even another day with Trump. It's just too much, and it's just he lies. He's a liar. He gets caught on tape lying, and people don't want to call him out. It's looking a lot like fascism. So, and NC Biggs, if you're talking, man, I cannot hear you. I'm not sure if anybody else can hear you. That's the thing. Like if something, just like NC Biggs just said, he said, if somebody is doing shenanigans, if somebody's doing something stupid, you got to call them out on it. You know, y'all called out Obama when he was doing stupid stuff. You know, so same thing. Same thing. Can you guys hear me? NC Biggs, I see you on I see you jumped on back on the chat. Can you hear me? I'm wondering. Hoping we didn't lose sound here. Thumbs up, thumbs down. You guys hear me?
can you hear me?
Yep, now I can hear you. Okay. What were you
Okay,
saying?
yeah. See, I was saying that the concern on both sides is that you really don't have. I think what people need to do is vote for their interests. That's what I think people need to do. They need to start voting for interests and not voting for feelings or what they like based off of. They need to vote for their interests. I think
Right.
I think people need to stop I'm voting for them because they're Republican or I'm voting for them because they're Democrat. You need to vote for your interests I mean, if that's a third party, which is the independent party, which is not Kanye West, please, guys. um, um, but if it's an independent party that makes sense, then we need to vote for that person, and we need to take back our country in that fashion. Otherwise, this two party system is not working. We're just getting worse and worse candidates. And I mean, I was actually surprised because there was a Spanish lady in the Democratic Party. She was in the military or whatever. You probably know her name. I don't remember.
No, she's Thai. She's
Thai?
Yeah, Duckworth. You're talking about Duckworth.
Well, she was actually probably.
Is that you talking about? Tulsi Gabbard. I think so. Are you talking about Tulsi Gabbard? Or are you talking about?
Might be.
They're both in the military, by the way.
Yeah, both, but either one of them would have been better candidates for the at least vice president part than Kamala Harris. And then as far as Joe Biden, there were a lot of cognate people that have a little bit more. I mean, yes, they might on paper, but cognate, they're more logical and more aware of what's going on.
Honestly, it was y'all in the South that got him in there. Because if it wasn't for I can't remember that dude's name. He is so powerful. He's an old civil rights congressman. I cannot remember.
I know
his
talking
name.
about though.
But that dude, all it took was his endorsement, and that was it. It was over, and Biden swept. I was going for Biden. I mean not Biden. I was going for Sanders, and I know Sanders is really out there, but if we want change, it has to happen.
Sanders should have ran. They should have let Sanders run the first time against Trump, not the second time. So the first time was better because I couldn't believe they did. Because man, look, man, one of the things that killed Hillary Clinton. Well, not to mention the fact that all the speculations about her past, but
yeah.
The hot sauce in her purse really just didn't help anything.
Come on, man. That wasn't no big deal. Hey, Big Chucker, how you doing? That did not bother me. It was pandering.
It bothered me because it was pandering.
They all pander.
Yeah, but I know. But she said, "Are you pandering to us?" She's like, only if it's working. I was just like, sleazeball.
I like, I truly like. I know I'm gonna get some flack for this, but I like Hillary. I like Hillary. I think she's super smart. I think she had a lot of experience. I don't think we'd be in this situation if she'd run. I know how people hate her guts and everything. I don't believe, like, some of these people are, she killed these people. She killed all these conspiracy theories about her and stuff. And they try to tie her with her husband and stuff. And it's like, that's just BS, man.
You kind of got to tie with her husband a little bit. Because she did back, she called a lot of minority super predators a while back.
Okay. All right. But listen. Okay, here's my thoughts on this whole racial stuff. Yeah, okay, yeah. There's that. That wasn't good. Her husband, same thing. So the thing is, Biden used to side with all of these Southern racists. This was granted it was 25 years ago, but he's got some stuff in his past. Trump, I don't even have to tell you about him. But my thing is, like, I got to get something. Just like you said, you got to vote in your interest, right? Biden is closer to my interests. Once Biden gets in, that doesn't go far enough. Fine. And I'm going to push him as left as possible. That's how I feel about it.
That's fine. I mean, I totally get that, man. There's nothing wrong with voting for your interest. I'm just letting you know why people went against why people went against her, and why the South is like, why you were asking some questions about the South, some of the things that and honestly, some of the younger people, I'm checking them out in the feeds, man. It's not looking good. I don't know, man. It's still up in the air. I don't know who's gonna win this one, man. Just to be honest with you, man.
Hey, what's up, Bruce?
Hey, how you doing? Big Truck Series, how you doing, man?
Big Truck.
I was just working on my sound settings to get in on this.
I love Big Truck. Big Truck always giving out some good information out here.
Yeah, you know what? I heard you talking about Biden and Harris and whatnot. I'll tell you like this. I feel the same way you do about it. It's like this. I'm not extraordinarily excited about the Biden-Harris ticket. However, I'm going to show up and I'm making sure I vote for them because I can't take another 4 years of Trump in office. And granted, it hasn't personally hurt me, but it's hurt so many other people around me. I can't deal with it no more.
Preach.
And I'll tell you like this. Biden is not perfect. We already know that. But at least if he just does things by the book, at least if he just goes by the book, at least you know what to expect. It's just not insane. It's not crazy.
I just want you to know, man, just so you know, Biden's not going to be in office very long. He has Alzheimer's, man. That dude is gone.
Listen. At this point, if the DNC, if they told me that, listen, our plan is to push Biden in there, and then he's going to resign, and then Kamala Harris is president, I'm fine with that. I'm ready to vote for President Harris. Either way, and you know what? And that's where the Democrats really failed. You mean to tell me of all the possible people that they could get to run, that all they could come up with was Hillary Clinton, Biden, Sanders.
Right.
And you know what's sad? See, the problem is the Democrat Party, when you're dealing with a bunch of old white people, they don't seem to understand that this younger audience, this younger mixed, even with the white kids like of Antifa, they don't want the Democrat Party going in that direction.
They freaking hate them.
They don't want that. Yeah, well, you got to understand, these young white kids, the older white Democrats do not want this party going in that direction. And the sad thing is,
it's going in that direction.
It's going in that direction because your average voter is the same kid that you've got on the street shouting Antifa or Black Lives Matter. That's your average voter. They want Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Well, you say, oh, God, but let me tell you something. I'll take her over Trump.
Yeah.
No, man. She's pretty dumb.
And let me tell you something. She's gonna be in office. You know what? New York is gonna make her the next Nydia Velasquez. She's gonna be there forever. She's literally gonna be there forever. Nobody can challenge her. People are gonna keep voting for that woman. Her, Ilhan Omar, and Tlaib. They're gonna be there forever. Watch.
Yeah. They're doing good.
You wanna know why I have a problem with that scenario though? That part. Because she's going to be there forever, and all those people are going to leave, and they're going to come to North Carolina and stuff. They're going to start doing the same type of stuff that I don't want here. Okay? That's the problem. They're gonna keep voting for her. They're gonna keep it like, oh man, it's getting bad here. Let me go to North Carolina, and then they're gonna vote the same stuff they voted for.
We got a few people on here. Hold on, let's hear from the peanut gallery here. I've got a guy saying y'all are weak. He says 43 years for someone who hasn't done shit. He's referring to Biden. Then he goes, how has your life worsened with Trump in office? And then he says, we need new people in office like Kim Kalakik and Joe Collins, both African Americans with outstanding backgrounds. What do you guys think about that?
Let me answer that guy's question right there, because I had a guy who came on my Discord with that same bullshit about Biden been there forever and hasn't done nothing. Thing about it is the guy couldn't even name what state Biden was from. And the sad thing about it is these people say stuff like that, but unless you can pin them down and question them, they just say it and they run because they know they can get away with it. How has things changed since Trump's been in office? Well, let's see.
190,000 people are dead.
Excuse me. I was going to say 200,000 because I always round up. You got 200,000 people dead. 200,000 people dead by the end of this week. Let's see. 30 million people facing eviction around me. 30 million people in between the evictions and foreclosures. I got more kids in student loan debt and facing evictions and whatnot.
Oh, wait. Can I address the student loan thing?
Sure,
That's
go
Joe
ahead.
Biden. That's Joe Biden.
No.
That's Joe Biden.
No, you know who that is? Understand? No, hold on. Hold on. If you look at the deregulation of these banks, that goes all the way back to Reagan, and they've got it on tape. They've got it on record. I'm not going to say that Bill Clinton had what.
But why did Joe Biden?
But you got to understand, Joe Biden was in Delaware. Delaware is a state that deals heavily in credit cards and loans. In fact, Delaware is a tax haven that if you're trying to escape divorce and trying to pay child support and all that, Delaware is the place you run to. Because Delaware's politics have made it so that Delaware is a very litigious state when it comes to finances. But no, if I'm going to talk about presidents, this goes back to Reagan. Period.
Okay, but I'm just saying that he pushed him and his party pushed for the not being able to bankrupt student loans. So student loans were.
When you say not being able to bankrupt, listen, I need you to understand something. First of all, when I went to school, student loans were nowhere near in expense what they are. But the bottom line is, in general, the problem that we have with student loans, it's not the colleges. The problem that we have is that we've sent our factory work to Asia, and we have nothing to prepare these kids for except a useless liberal art degree. So yes, go ahead.
I just want, before you continue, can I ask you what president did that?
What president? No president did that. No president did that. No one president did that. Reagan started a trend of deregulation in order to allow the corporations to have more profit. In fact, I'll pin it squarely on Reagan, and then I'll pull it to the future. Trump gave them a tax cut that has resulted in multiple multi-trillion-dollar companies. Meanwhile, Wall Street's in bankruptcy.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you with that. That's very true. But I am going to say that you have to admit that it wasn't great that when Bill Clinton signed that bill to allow companies to go overseas and take all their jobs with them. I mean, when we outsourced,
but you know what?
Outsourcing was a killer of our businesses.
Well, outsourcing is necessary. But Bill Clinton did it during. What was the unemployment rate when Clinton was in office?
Yeah, but you have to look at. Let
me just ask you that simple question: what was the unemployment rate when Clinton was in office?
I don't remember. But I know it's young.
Clinton had the lowest unemployment, the lowest real unemployment rate. It was lower than 5%. So when he was signing these deals, he had no idea what the next 30 years was going to look like. But, I mean, that's not fair.
I understand that, but you have to look at it like this. You have to look at if you outsource jobs, right? If you outsource jobs, you have to know that when you say, okay, your company, you can take your factories there. That in one swipe of a swing, basically killed Detroit, because they just said, okay, guess what? We're going to pay you guys. We're going to send all this factory work overseas. So we have somebody else. Nike was like, thanks. We're going to get some little Asian kid, make our shoes for us. That's what they did. That's what they did.
Listen, I see where you're headed with that, but here's the thing. Like, if you want to outsource, I see nothing wrong with outsourcing just so long as you leave enough work for your base population at home.
But you didn't. But they didn't give those kind of regulations on these businesses. They just said
we cannot set regulations in China, Indonesia, and Southeast Asia. I'll tell you like this. The problem is that we've been lied to on so many fronts. I have lived in Asia. I'm pretty sure Bruce has been to Asia. Bruce, he's been to the Philippines. You've been there too. I don't know how many. How many parts have you been to besides the Philippines?
That's. I've been there in Hong Kong. Barely for a little while.
Well, I'll tell you like this. I'll tell you like this. You may have even noticed it yourself. I lived in China for 2 years. I went to school there. Let me tell you something. We have been told that it's just Apple paying these people almost nothing, and it's poor kids making sneakers from Nike and this, that, and other. Let me tell you something. If your only choice is doing that job or prostituting yourself, because you can't sell drugs for money over there because you get executed. So if that's your choice, prostituting yourself or being a waiter, most of those people are willing to choose the factories. I have a Filipino girlfriend right now, and she's making circuit boards. I don't even think she knows what them things do, but she's making circuit boards just because that was the best logical choice to keep her ass off the street. And that if corporations outsourcing has improved the quality of living of a lot of people. It brought 400 million people in China out of poverty. The bottom line is you don't want to go poor here just to do that level of outsourcing. So we've screwed up, yes, because they deregulated ultimately because the corporations wanted more profit. And that's just where it is. There's a good way to do it and there's a bad way to do it. We did it the bad way.
I'm not disagreeing with you on that. I'm just saying that we have to look at, like I said before, we have to always look at this on a not just a Democrat or a Republican standpoint.
I don't even look at it like that.
I know. I'm just saying that it's screwed up on both ends, and it's not been in our interest. Both sides have been making these moves against each other, and it's not beneficial to the regular guy, is what I'm saying.
You know what the sad thing is? The sad thing is, from our point of view, it looks like they're doing it against each other. The reality is,
no, they're working together against us.
The left wing and the right wing are two wings on the exact same bird. There used to be a saying about illegal. There used to be a saying about these illegal aliens. They said the right wing wants these people here to work cheap and not to vote because they're going to vote for Democrats. And the Democrats want them here to vote but not to work because they interfere with the unions.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
So they've been working together. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez can fight as many of them white Republicans as she wants as to what they're saying about her. The bottom line is all of them get their paycheck at the end of the day. That's the bottom line. And as long as they manage to make, because when Bruce was talking, he said he got sick and tired of dealing with Trump because I think he said something to the effect of, and this was only 10 minutes ago, right before I got on. He said, I forget exactly what he said, but I wanted to say, you know what? What the problem is, the presidency has become a cult of personality. But the sad thing is, the Congress has too. And you've got these people who are lined up to vote for the person they know, the name you know. You remember that Eddie Murphy movie, The Distinguished Gentleman?
Yeah.
These people are in a cult of personality. Trump is nothing more than a cult of personality, and that's why he has to lose.
Well, I mean, honestly, you lose. You're going to lose no matter which side you pick at this point. I mean, I don't really see how you're going to win on the other side of this.
Well, here's the thing, though. Here you got a guy who's openly attacking Social Security. He's got these tax cuts, but no spending cuts. He's trying to now notice, you remember how they lied for all of these essential workers? They're like, oh, yeah, you're going to get X amount of money and we're going to give you that. They put through these bills that are non-starters. They know none of them are going to pass. He's forcing these kids to get back into these schools as quickly as possible. They had a black kid who's 20 and overweight. He just died playing football for one of these schools. My thing is, they don't give a shit about us. And the thing about coronavirus is coronavirus has it right in your face and is exposing everything. And it's showing you, first of all, the schools don't give a fuck about you. The jails don't give a shit about you. The military don't give a shit about you. Social Security Administration. And coronavirus has exposed their whole shit. And now you got Trump getting caught saying, yeah, I downplayed it. So when I'm looking at these people who listen to us,
they all downplayed it. They all downplayed the coronavirus.
Listen, we're not. You know what? The average one of us is not we've got common sense. It's listen, you're up there talking and saying it's not that big a deal. Entire countries are shutting down. So come on, I'm not stupid. I'm just saying
it wasn't just him though. You have to look at it at a perspective.
Who else do you want to name?
The news reporters weren't saying it was a big deal.
And they're working with Trump. They're working with Trump.
The news reporters? No, they're not.
Yeah, let me tell you, and I'll say that right. I'll say it real quick. You know what the news has done? First of all, the vast majority of people in America watch Fox News mostly because it's free. On most channels, Fox is free. I don't even have MSNBC and CNN. I watch Fox because there's nothing else, right? There's Fox and OAN. Conservative talk is on Trump's side. I think we can agree on that. Yeah, right?
but no different than NBC.
I'll tell you this: there is
NBC and CNN. CNN is like the poster boy for Democrats.
But you know what the difference is? MSNBC and CNN, they get paid just to keep talking shit about all the bad Trump is doing. And they accused all of them of giving him free publicity all throughout 2015, all the way up to the election 2016. And the sad thing was, they were saying it behind closed doors. They were like, listen, I don't care if he wins or loses, he's good for ratings. They don't care. All they doing is, listen, do you think Rachel Maddow gets hurt by Trump? Trump is the best thing that ever happened to Rachel Maddow because she gets to sit there and talk shit for 3 hours.
Their ratings went up. Their rating went up greatly when Trump came in office.
People are watching them just to see the bad shit they're saying.
But everything they're saying ain't even true. By the way,
no, it's not. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be true. You just have to keep people watching. That's the whole point. I can get up there and lie. It doesn't matter.
Right. They just want to hear something about Trump. And I get it. But I'm just saying, my whole thing is here is you gotta vote. You gotta vote for your interests. So
yes, you have to vote for your interests.
So when you're looking at this, I understand what you're saying, but you have to understand that there's three problems that we're facing on this. I don't even know who. I never can remember who Trump's vice president. He hangs in the darkness.
His name is Pence, Mike Pence.
Mike Pence. That's what it is. But it's him and Mike Pence versus Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, both which basically created single-handedly the bills that are the issues that we're dealing with right now with police officers. Because you can't forget that Joe Biden created the crime bill, which made more police.
But hold on. Let me stop you because he
openly admitted it.
That's not true. You know who put the crime bill together? It was Bill Clinton.
Right, but he's the one that made the bill. He's the one that made the bill. He signed the bill.
Are you black?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, listen, I'm a black homeowner too, and the bottom line is crack in the 80s was so fucking bad that black people were screaming that y'all got to do something about this, and that's why black people love Bill Clinton. When Bill Clinton put that crime bill together, the crime bill gave Giuliani the resources he needed to bring down crime in New York City. New York City was a goddamn killing field. Like this bullshit that you're seeing right now where they're like, oh my God, the shootings are skyrocketing and shit. There's 9 million people here, and you're only talking about like less than 200 or 300 shootings. 200 or 300 out of 9 million is pretty goddamn good.
Yeah, but all it takes is one bad shooting to cause a riot, a horrible situation.
No, you know what? No, let me tell you something. What really hurt the cops is the fact that iPhone came out in 2007. and all these kids, I want you to think. Look at the guy who just got killed. Look at George Floyd. A 16-year-old girl with a 4K iPhone recorded that shit and started riots all over the goddamn planet. The cops, like they're trying to blame this shit on Obama. Obama didn't put 4K cameras in everybody's pocket.
That was a good one. He said because the iPhone came out.
Yeah. You know what Will Smith said? Will Smith said racism isn't new, it's just getting filled. That's what he said. And when you think about it, we didn't have these problems with everybody being able to like, for instance, think about Rodney King. You didn't see the Rodney King tape until they played it in court. I can videotape some shit right now live, and I can have a cop beating somebody, and the entire 70,000 people on my subscriber list can watch it within an instantaneous second. And then they can share it to other people, and people watching that shit, and they get pissed off. It wasn't Obama's fault. It was Apple.
I didn't blame Obama for that. That scenario. I didn't blame Obama for that one. But he said it was Apple. It wasn't.
Apple.
It's not just Apple, and don't forget about Samsung Galaxy because they can do it too.
No. But Samsung copied Apple. So as far as I'm concerned, listen, you guys just copied Apple. Apple came out and Apple put. You remember back in the days before we had an iPhone, people had to have two phones. They had to have a Nextel and they had to have a Sidekick T-Mobile, right? Because you couldn't get everything done on one phone. So if you had a camera, you had some little bullshit VGA camera that only recorded for like 10 seconds.
Yeah.
iPhone sitting in front of me, I can record a cop beating somebody's ass for 10 hours straight. 10 hours straight in 1080p or 4K 60 frames per second. This has nothing to do with no president. This was Apple.
Look, I'm agreeing with you on that, but I'm just saying that you got to admit the cop issue has been going on for a long time, and we increased the amount of cops, and we also increased we have people like Kamala Harris, which I don't like Kamala Harris. I'm going to tell you that right now.
Kamala Harris, let me tell you something. Kamala Harris, I'll tell you like this. This is a personal. I got a sister who's a defense attorney, right? I argue with her all the time because I'm very tough on crime personally, right? And the thing about it is her job is if you get caught raping or murdering, her job is to get you off. That's her job as a defense attorney. Kamala Harris was the exact opposite. She was a prosecutor. If you fuck up, her job is to put your ass in jail. So for us to come back at her and be like, Kamala Harris was locking up black people, it's like, well, that's her job. It's like, what are you talking about?
But her job wasn't to try to get dudes executed even after they were telling her not to execute the guy.
Listen, that's her job. I'm telling you, if you're a prosecutor, your job is to try to make the punishment fit the crime. Now, granted, if you're going to have a death penalty, I think it should be reserved for the worst crimes. I think it should be reserved for the worst rapes and the worst murders, right? And especially if we catch you on tape killing people, I think that's where we should reserve it for. But the problem is a prosecutor's job is to push for the most penalties they can put on you. That's their job. And if they do any less, they represent the state. If they don't do it, they can get disbarred because the judge can say, you're not doing a good enough job representing the state. Or if you're the defense, you can do it. You're not doing a good enough job representing the defense. People need to put this stuff in perspective. You got to put it into perspective. I got nothing against Kamala Harris, and I'm pretty sure as long as you don't commit any crime, she's got nothing against you.
Well, I mean, what about the people that did commit crimes and was about to go to jail or get killed for something they didn't do?
You know what? If you ever walk up, that
could happen to you, bro. That could happen to you.
Have you ever been into a jail or a prison? Have you ever been into one?
Yes, I have.
Everybody claims they're innocent. Everybody, 100% of them are innocent.
Not all. No, not everybody.
The only people who fess up are the ones who got caught on iPhone.
Okay, hey, hold on, guys. I got a question for you. Somebody asked a question. They said, Andy Beltran says, I plan to visit the Philippines on November. Do I need 14 days quarantine? Now, I know you were talking about this, right?
Yes. Yeah. Matter of fact, not even just that, you're probably not going to be able to get into the country for 30 days, because they're holding out. They're holding people hostage in Manila right now for 30 days, I think, right now. They come off that plane, so
listen. The person who asked that question, tell them to go to COVID-19. I'll post the link, but tell them to go to covid19.gov Philippines, and if they go there, they can see what the GCQ and the ECQ looks like for the part that they're going. But the bottom line is, you're going to need to be quarantined temporarily. And once you come out of it, you could still end up in a situation where you're not allowed to walk around on the street without a pass.
Right. And
that's the new thing.
And if you have to go somewhere outside of Manila, you might not be able to get there because, as far as I understand, the flights to Davao and Cebu might be shut down. I don't know about Cebu as much, but I know Davao is shut down for sure. So I don't know if you're going to be able to get to that. If that's the place you're trying to go to, depending on what island you're trying to get to.
What's that site? COVID-19.
It's COVID19.gov Philippines.
.gov Philippines.
Big Chuck, man, I like talking to you, man. You're a funny guy.
Oh man,
too.
you gotta visit. You gotta subscribe. Visit my channel, man. I do this all the time. When I go live, I go for 7 hours straight when I do my Discords.
Bro, give me a link. Put it in the chat or hit me up on it.
Yeah,
I'll definitely. Yeah, because I got some. I would love to do some collabs with you as well. It'd be fun. That'd be fun.
Now here's a question: What, you got a Filipino girlfriend, or are you living in the Philippines right now?
No. Oh, talking about me, or are you talking about him?
You. I already know Bruce's story.
Yeah, me. I've been to the Philippines once. I talked to a girl there one time. Did not work. She had a man on the side that didn't tell me. And then got engaged with him afterwards.
Here's a question. How'd you find out about the man on the side?
Well, she blocked me on Facebook, and my friends was like, yo, she was still friends with my other two Filipino friends. And they were like, yo, what's up with her? Well, she got another man. She's engaged and stuff. And they showed me the pictures of
Yeah. No. Let me tell you. Like, first of all, if you're on Facebook and you meet a Filipino on Facebook, the first thing you need to do is block your friends list, because all of her friends are going to ride your friend list, and they're going to be watching everything you do, and some of them are going to be talking to you. Her sister's going to be talking to you, and they will literally cyber stalk the shit out of you to the point, and then they take it to the next level. They start giving you video chats that you don't want, and you're trying to sleep because there's that 12-hour difference. So basically, what you got to do is be like, nah, baby, I got to put my phone on charge or something because I'm trying to sleep, because there's like a 12-hour difference, right? So they try to wear you out, and they try to keep you on video the whole time, right? But no, I know somebody, so I'll make a long story short. This dude, I was dating a Filipina, and he was dating one, right? And I met this dude, and we were talking. We knew each other. This guy, he was dating this Filipino chick from one of them provinces. She was lying to this dude and telling her she would show him photos of what she called her nieces, right? Come to find out, those were her kids. So she had 2 kids by 2 different baby daddies, right? And the thing about it is, the way he found out was she didn't want him putting photos of her and him up on Facebook, but he was doing it anyway, and he was discluding her so she couldn't see it, right? So one of her baby daddies, because none of them are married, basically, one of her baby daddy's sisters saw the photos, and then what they were trying to do was they claimed that they were going to try to expose them because they were staying at in a guest house or something, and they were going to bring a DJ and try to expose them, right? So when he found out, he confronted her, and then she came clean, but she was trying to hold off. She was trying not to say anything up until he bring her to America and marry her, right? So she got caught. She got cold caught, right? Because a lot of those women, they hide their children, right? They don't put them on their Facebook. They'll have the Facebook just them. So anyway, she got cold caught, and my dude, he left her and he got another one. But nah, man, it's like that's one of the reasons why it's like, unless you don't mind her having kids, it's like you got to get a young one, and then you got to get one that has no children.
Now, check this out. Check this out. What she did with me. She was like, "Oh," I was like, what?" I said, "So why you like black guys over white guys?" She's like, "Oh, I don't even like white guys." And she's engaged to a white guy now.
No. Here's a question. Here's a personal question. How much money did she get out of you before this broke off?
Not really. I gave her $140 when I came because it was her birthday.
And the white guy must have gave her like 3 or 4 times as much. Did he live there? That must have been it. He was living there, right?
I don't know his situation. I didn't even look into him.
I think the shame of this whole situation is that it's funny because all these young Filipinos who have these channels, the first thing they do is they start warning you about other Filipinos. That's the they do. They start warning you. They're like, oh, yeah, well, there's other Filipinos and they're scammers and everything. I'm like, damn, you're not trying to hook each other up, but they don't play that game. If they get with a guy, they poison him against all the rest of them. I think that is hilarious.
Trust me. trust me, mine was trying to. Mine has been telling me like, yeah, you can't talk to the other people. You know, I can. She said I can add her. I can add her on Facebook, but she don't want me adding a whole bunch of her friends on Facebook and stuff
Yeah.
because
Let me tell you
she don't want her
something.
business out there.
When I added the chick I got now, I have her sister jumping on my Facebook. I got her friends
Yeah,
all of a sudden jumping on, and the guys I don't let them on. The females I'll let them on, but what I did was I privated my friend list so that they can't see each other. So the problem is, if one of them likes a photo, they can see who else is liking the photo, and the problem is then they can figure out who's connected to who, right?
right.
So my only thing is, in order to have a relationship with one of them, you have to either live there or you have to catch her when she's on this side, which is never going to happen. Because thanks to you, and somebody asked, how has your life been affected by Trump? Yeah, well, Trump made it so it's 10 times harder to import a wife from any of these other countries because he shut down like the K1 process, or at least he slowed it down significantly, right? So if you
Yeah,
were trying to import somebody, it's hard as hell.
yeah, and he also banned several countries like several countries on his ban list. Can't even get
Yeah,
away from those countries.
and
So
let me tell you something. I was telling Bruce this, I think, a while ago. Chicago, what they were planning to do was they were planning to start getting Filipinas to come here to be teachers, right? And they were going to send them to the worst ghetto schools in Chicago. And they were going to bring them over here on J1 visas. But the thing that they were screwing these women, they planned to do it. There's a Vice episode we can watch it. They were planning to bring these women over here on a J1 visa. It was going to cost them $13,000 to come over here, and they could only stay 3 years.
$13,000 to come over
13.
here.
Now, do you know how much $13,000 is to the average Filipina?
It's ridiculous because they only because even a successful one only makes about $5,000 a year.
Exactly.
So,
Like the average Filipino makes less than $8,000 a year. Like if you found a cab driver who grinds, he doesn't make $5,000 a year. So it's like they were screwing these people, and my guess is they were only getting women who had children the children were staying over there, so that this way they could make sure that by the time she was finished her tenure, she was going back.
right.
Damn shame.
And they've been doing that too. They I think they were offering a few options to people in Florida as well because I had one Filipino I knew she was doing that. They usually come in on a lot of nursing and technical jobs too.
When you're born in the Philippines, it's like as far as I could see, it's like every Filipina, as soon as like she's old enough to start working, her main goal is getting the hell out of the Philippines. So if it's Dubai, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, they don't care. They're just trying to get up out of there.
Yeah. Yep.
It's a damn shame. But
Yep.
but again, if corporations like Apple and Tesla, if they were offering these people, I don't know, 50 cents an hour to build a Tesla or something like that, believe me, they'd be taking those jobs. They take them.
Heck yeah.
They absolutely would take them because what's the option? Street hustling? What's the option?
Um,
You're gonna end up on an X Hamster movie?
the next hamster movie.
X Hamster, yeah. You're gonna end up on what is it? Like one of them porn movies? Like shit. It's like there's no option. See, I don't have a problem with outsourcing. I have a problem with outsourcing all of your damn factories, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like they just they'll be like, oh, the people want more money, outsource, take it. We don't have to give them benefits in the other country. We don't have to give we can give them low wages, and we're not required to hold up to the same health standards and health regulations as America. It's just better in every way for them, so they just do it.
Well, you
And why
remember how
wouldn't
you said that we should vote our interests? Let
they?
me tell you something. Eventually, especially when we're dealing with a second economic catastrophe within just like what the last only 20 within one generation, we've had a second economic catastrophe, but we've had like 4 recessions, right? Let me tell you something. Universal health care, one way or another, it's coming. And these people are going to continue being liberal and voting to the left. So when you're worried about these people coming to North Carolina, it ain't just North Carolina. They're turning Texas blue. and they're going to Washington. They've turned Washington, Oregon, all of those surrounding states around California, all of the surrounding states around New York.
But do you think that's actually? Do you think that's the best thing?
That's the only thing. But no, it's not the best thing. It's the logical consequence.
The logical consequence. That's not a logical consequence.
It is a logical consequence because the people are being taxed out of their state. But when they go somewhere, you think somebody, yeah.
Do you understand why? Do you understand why that's bad? Then? Look at this. Like look at this. If they're being taxed out of their state, why are they being taxed out of a democratic state? Because it's a democratic state. So what happens when all the states are blue?
Let me tell you something.
Because you got more benefits. You got more benefits. There's more things. You increase wages. You increase minimum wage in a lot of these areas. And then what happens is when you increase minimum wage, you end up causing all kinds of economical problems because then people are living in cardboard boxes for houses. That's going to happen. And what do Democratic states do? They say, well, I think the guy at McDonald's, he deserves $15 an hour. So now he gets $15 an hour. What does that mean for the other person that went to school?
But here's the thing: raising minimum wage hurts. Absolutely, it hurts. The problem is what we need is higher production. But what we're getting is people who are trying to force these corporations to pay more. But the problem is the corporations just aren't going to do it. And what corporations do is they sit back, they don't pay you, and they let you apply for welfare, and they let the state take care of you. So they take the profit and they let the people socialize the loss, just like we're doing right now. So how do you Trump welfare checks?
So how? I mean, well, stimulus checks have happened throughout. Have happened throughout. This is just the biggest one that we've ever had, but we haven't had a pandemic to this level in American history in the last 100 years. So I will say that made sense. A lot of people live their lives paycheck to paycheck and live in debt. So but here's the question: how much sense does it make to send out $1,200 when the average one of these people is spending $3,000 and $4,000 a month just to live? How much? $1,200? Do you know that the average person? That's actually a fallacy. The average person would be a person that lives with no children and are single and got $1,200. The average person, the average person that had kids, there was no limit on the kids. So if there was women out here that had 8 kids, so they got $500 per kid.
Right.
They got $500 per kid, so they got $1,200 for themselves, and they got $500 per kid. So that means now you do the math. I mean, that's 5 times 10.
Excuse me. This was a one-time payment. This was
right. You gotta but that's not counting. But that's not counting. That's not counting the fact that a lot of these people that were working, like you think about it, like a person that was working at like at a Food Line or Walmart, or I'll say Walmart because it's probably more well known to everybody. Walmart, a person working at Walmart. Well, they're working at Walmart, but they got 5 kids at home, and they got a boyfriend, and their boyfriend gets the $1,200 check. They got 5 kids, so they get $500 per kid, and then they get $1,200 themselves, and they're still working.
That's the mistake right there. First of all, if you know, one of the things that you're leaving out, Trump made it so that if you were divorced, recently divorced, or separated, you didn't get that payment. He also made it so if you were back child support. Yeah. I want you to check up on it.
I got it.
You
I'm recently divorced.
Child support. Well, how recently did you divorce?
I divorced in December of last year.
Okay, so no, the reason why you beat it was because when they sent out those checks, it was based on last year's tax returns. So if you just got divorced, then yeah, you probably beat it. But bottom line is, He made it so if you were back child support, you didn't get anything. So what you're basically saying is, yeah, the women will get it, the children will get it, but you mean the guy doesn't need anything to survive, and he has no job and he has nowhere to go? Because
the back child support guy. Now I'm totally in agreement with you on that, and that sounds fair. But let's be honest. When has this country ever looked out for the male in this country?
They need to, though.
I'm not saying they don't need to, but I'm just saying that in this country we don't look out for our men, and that's all the way across the board. You can't blame that on Trump. You can't blame that on nobody. That's just the way it's been built up since the 50s, the 40s, something like that. It's been like that since then, and it's not going to change as long as we keep going this way. We added in spousal support. We added in child support. We've now forced it so that the man doesn't get to choose whether he gets to have his child or not. If she chooses to have the child, he's forced to pay for it, whether he wants it or not. But she can kill the child, no questions asked. There are a lot of things in this country that aren't fair. Let's just be honest. Child custody is a joke for most men in this country. I think me and Bruce both can talk about that all day. Like, I don't know about you, but I know me and Bruce can have that conversation. This is not a fair, balanced scenario in any kind of fashion.
There's a couple of basic things you have to understand. First of all, number one, the most important thing to understand, children are the health of the state. There are some countries right now that they literally give you welfare checks, and they'll even buy you a minivan if you're willing to have multiple children. I could even pull up a link on that. I think it was Sweden or Denmark. They will buy you a freaking brand new minivan as an incentive to get you to get pregnant. Children are the health of the state. Second, the woman is the primary caregiver. So
that's not true. That's not true anymore.
No, you know why it's true? Because you don't have breasts.
Listen. That's why I'm gonna tell you.
It's true.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but that's no longer true. You have so many other options. No, you have so many other options. You have so many other options now. Like, this isn't this. Like I said, it's not the 1940s. There's infant meal. There's plenty of ways to feed your child now to get milk. You can get milk for your child in any other way. And so that's an excuse that they use, and they devalue the man for these excuses. But you don't have. But see, that's why I said, you asked me a question. You said why did Trump give this take the money? Or you said Trump took the money and didn't give it to the man. Well, the country itself has screwed over the man in every way. You can't go and get food stamps like a woman can. You can't go and get housing. You can't go get housing like a woman can.
Well, I want you to think about it. The name of the actual program is WIC, Women, Infant, Children. It doesn't have the word man in it. If tomorrow, a woman came up to you and was obsessed with you and was stalking you, right? You go to the cops. You go to the cops tomorrow and say, "Hey, look, man, I'm being stalked by this girl." Why would I go to the cops? I'm gonna take her home.
Yeah, okay. You go and take her home, all right. And then when and you know what I mean when I say stalk. You know, she stalks you and you call the cops and she's threatening you, she's harassing you. Now, next thing you know it, if you get stabbed or shot up 8 times, they're gonna blame it all on you. You're like, well, you shouldn't have been messing with that girl. Even if you call the cops, they don't do anything. The laws don't even apply the same way to a woman that it does to a man.
No, I know what you're saying. I hear exactly what you're saying.
So I'm saying that because you know that one scenario. Yes, I agree that men. I was totally against that. I was like, man, that sucks that men are not gonna. Because what is that gonna lead them to? That's gonna lead them to crime. Because I mean, a man still gotta take care of himself. That's gonna lead them to crime. I totally agree with you on that, and I didn't agree with that statement. And we're gonna call that a definitely an agreement on that one.
Okay, all right. Let me rephrase. Okay. Maybe we could say that the man could possibly be a primary child caregiver. However, the way the law defines it is that the woman is the primary caregiver. Okay, right. We can agree on that, right?
Which is not fair, but yeah, we'll go ahead.
Yeah, because the thing about it is you're not the one laying in that hospital bed with your legs spread open pushing that kid out.
But also can we at least agree that more times than not, a child with a father and a child and a father with a father in their life, or a father as their primary caregiver, turns out better than a child that's not with a woman?
I think we could agree on that, absolutely. Oh, and by the way, let me give you the fourth tenet that you have to accept. The fourth tenet: marriage is an insurance policy on a woman's rapidly depreciating market value.
Oh my
God! I agree.
If you get divorced,
you guys are on some old man shit.
That marriage, when they first of all, what is it? For like the last, since I've been a kid, even in the cartoons, since I've been a kid, they always referred to marriage as the old ball and chain. There's a reason why they came up with that. Because they're saying, yo, listen, this chain is your kid and this ball is your wife. And you ain't leaving except you're going to drown in the ocean if we throw this shit over the freaking side of the ship. So the bottom line is, these women, look at what's happening to Dr. Dre. This bitch wants $2 million a month. Look at that. I mean, for God's sake.
Look, man. Look, California love, man. California love.
These people are crazy.
And look, by the way, I'm Bruce. I'm just saying that reality, men are not valued in this country at all. Like, we're not valued. Like,
that's why we're going to the Philippines to get a wife.
I agree with child support. Like, I think that that's valid, but child support should go to the primary caregiver, who is the person who the kids are staying with, and that goes both. That goes either way.
Questionable statement. Yeah, but that's a questionable statement because sometimes custody battles should not be a battle for child support. It should be a battle it should be 50-50 unless otherwise one parent can't take care of the children for whatever reason. It should be automatically across the board, of course, every time
50-50.
But they don't do it that way. They don't do that.
They don't.
They play these games, and so that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm saying that men are not valued because they're not born women.
I got one huge problem with our law, and it's not child support. It's alimony. I don't like. I don't agree with it at all. I think it's BS, and that really needs to change. But child support,
it shouldn't be a lifetime.
I'm okay with that.
Well, I'm okay. Listen. I'm gonna say this. I'm okay with. I believe that people should have to pay child support if they're not taking care of your children. But there's a lot of men out here that are taking care of their children and then are put on child support because the woman wants to gain some kind of control.
No doubt. Yeah, no doubt about that. I don't agree with that.
I don't agree with that kind of method.
So the primary, the person who makes the most money is being taken advantage of in a lot of cases, and that usually is the guy. Right. So they try to use the law in their favor to use the kid, as a way to get more money, and that's not right, of course.
Yeah, and that's what I'm complaining about. I'm not disagreeing.
I agree with that.
You're not going to hear no argument. Yeah, you're not going to hear no argument about child support in itself because I feel like the parents, both parents
need to take care of the kid. Period.
Right, both need to take care of the kid. But then I have to also say there is a question about that. There's one little problem I have with that, and that's I'm going to stick with what Dave Chappelle said. I believe that if a man and a woman decided to have this child and he been there for the long haul, and then one day he just say, I'm going to take care of him no more, I don't think that's cool. But if he didn't want a child in the first place, he should be able to walk away. I mean, a woman's allowed to kill him, so why not let the man walk away? Yeah, that seems fair to me. I mean,
no, you can't do that. You can't do that.
Why?
Because she has an insurance policy on you. Listen, the only time a man can opt out of childbirth is by not having sex. That's it.
But see, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It needs to change because a woman can choose to not have a child. A woman will say, "My body, my choice," but a man can't say, "Hey, my money, my choice. I don't want to deal with you. I don't want to deal with this. I'm not going to do it."
So but you better keep it in your pants.
But that's not a reasonable scenario because there's multiple. Notice that there's multiple versions of birth control for a woman. There's one for a man.
What's that have to do?
Well, no. There's multiple for men. There's abstinence for one, and then second of all, there's vasectomies.
Yeah. That's not a choice, man. That's not an answer. That's not an answer, man.
No Neck Ed went to get the vat. You remember No Neck Ed? He went to get a vasectomy.
Yeah, but I'm saying that that's not an option, man. Like that's an option after you've had children. I'm talking about a guy that's young. That women have multiple versions. They have condoms. They have just like men. They have the shots. They got the pills, bro. They got the little V thing that goes in.
And the second that they lie to you is the moment that it doesn't work and you end up paying child support.
Right. So my argument here is that a woman should. That's the only other time I agree that I say that a man should not have to pay is when is in the beginning. If they sign a birth certificate, then they down, man. That I'm not arguing it. Most guys. Let's be honest here. Most guys, when they had that child, you know, Bruce, I'm sure you was ecstatic when you had your first. I was ecstatic. I signed the papers immediately. Most guys are not going to be like that. But if a woman can sit here and say, "Hey, look, I don't want to have this child. I don't want to have this child," and can decide to do this at any given time, but throughout the terms of the birth, then why can a man say, "I don't want to deal with the child at all"?
Because as a biological parent, you're partially financially responsible.
Yeah, but if she's a biological parent, I'm not biologically allowed to tell her not to not get the abortion. That's partially my child and that's growing inside of her. But I'm not allowed to say anything about that. But but I don't have any rights there. Why does she have rights throughout the whole thing, but I have no rights at all? You see what I'm saying? Like this. That's why I say men don't have rights. You got to play it either. You either got to play it fully one way, or don't play it at all. Is what I'm saying.
Well, but
you can't play this game. You can't.
Here's the problem, though. The problem is that people aren't supposed to be out there having illegitimate children. They're supposed to be married before they're having children. That's the real problem.
Yeah, but listen, man. That's not what's going to happen. It's
not what's happening. But guess what? The law stepped in and said that, listen, if you make the mistake of having a kid with somebody, that your social security number's on file, and we're going to be snatching a couple $100 at your check every single month.
I'm saying like there's so many different things so many different styles of relationships. You don't even have the right to make decisions. If, like, let's say you have a child with this person, right? You don't even have the rights to this child until you go to court and get custody and all that stuff. So what I'm saying is,
didn't see you there. I think you lost your audio.
Oh, there he is. There he is. He's back now.
Bruce, can you hear us?
All right. So
yeah, I can hear you.
So anyway, okay, let me tell you like this. I got a lesbian coworker, right?
Nice.
And what she did was nice. Don't worry, I didn't get none. But anyway, she went. You know what she did? She was dating a woman, right? Because obviously they're lesbians, and they married. And then they had a kid, and she went to her brother for the semen to have this kid.
Okay.
Because she wanted to have some biological connection to the kid, right?
All right.
Sure enough, it turns out that she is very promiscuous, and she sleeps around with other women.
Okay.
So now that couple wants to break up. And the problem that she's having is that the other woman who bared the kid is 100% the biological mother, and she's not. even though her brother's seed is what helped birth that kid. So you got to understand, the law was not written to accommodate a number of possibilities. The law was not written to accommodate children out of wedlock. The law was
I understand. I understand what you're saying, man. I understand.
Let me just say this real quickly. As far as voting against Trump and Republicans and right wingers, if you make the mistake of letting Trump and them right wingers win, and they stack that Supreme Court in favor of pro-life, then not only won't the men have a choice, but the women won't either.
The state will have a choice.
Honestly, the way I feel about this is, at this point right now, as it stands, and I'm going to say it, men have no choice in the matter at all. We have no rights. And so
you just have to not screw them. You have to not sleep with them.
That's not a choice, bro. Like that's not a choice.
I have a simple rule. If I couldn't be married to you, and there's something about you that I don't like, where I couldn't have a relationship with you, and I don't know you that well, it's like no, there will be no peanuts between us.
well, I mean, and that's a good philosophy. But you're talking about a large percentage of women that have this choice, and men don't. And we talk about equality. We talk about equality in this country all the time. We talk about the rights of the rights for men. Women have more power in this country than men do right now. Men have no rights in that.
I totally disagree with that.
Oh, I don't know how.
Men have more power because on your own, like I want you to think about it. On your own. I don't know what your relationship status is or whatever, but on your own, as a man, you can get by pretty fine. And even if you were working a job against another woman or with another woman and competing with another woman, she has to work much, much harder than you do. Like, for instance, I'll tell you like this. I go to my job, we're allotted 10 sick days a year, right? We're allotted 10 sick days and like 3 personal days. Women take off for cramps. They take off for all this bullshit. I'm usually at work. I only take off maybe 2 times a year, top. The women use up all their sick days, whether it's menstrual problems or whether it's children who have a problem at school. They get called to the school. They have to leave their job or whatever. Again, when I'm saying that the primary caregiver,
I'm lost on how that makes them not have more power than men. I would give me more of that.
Financially, you know how you have more power? You don't need them. Financially, you don't need them. Financially, the average man is making more money than the average woman. Financially, yes, it is. Yes, it is. That is absolutely true. What industry? They bring it up all the time. They're like, oh yeah, for every dollar a man makes, a woman makes like 89 cents.
That's totally a false.
What industry? I'll tell you what. What industries besides education, and possibly besides, let's say, strip clubs?
Medical.
Well, yeah, but the man has an option to be a nurse too, and the men are in the nursing system as orderlies. Men are mostly doctors. Mm-hmm. There are more male doctors than there are female doctors.
That's a choice, though. That's a choice of what they choose to be in. That's not a choice. So all things being equal, you have more options. So when you're saying this, you're saying that these women. All these women in the world don't have the same opportunities to become doctors and nurses. They do. They have the same opportunities.
I'll tell you what. When you go anywhere, you want to point out a place in the world. When you go to the Philippines, how are the men doing compared to how the women are doing? You tell me.
I know how the women are doing. And
the women are in dire poverty,
and the men are not.
Well, the men get them pregnant and then skip out, and they don't even have a child support system, so they're keeping their money.
Yeah, that's true. It's true. But you want to know what's something funny? You want to know something funny about the Filipino culture?
What about it?
Why do you think that the women appreciate good men versus our country where women don't appreciate as much men? as
No,
as
no.
those countries.
The difference between us and those Filipino men is that we're giving them stability that their own men aren't giving them. That's the reason. And Filipinas play the long game. That's the reason why you got these.
That's women in general. I think women. I think women in general play long.
Women in general do the long game because in the back of a woman's mind, it's all about stability. But Filipinas take it to the next level. You can't name any other cultures, with the exception of parts of Southeast Asia or maybe parts of Latin America, where you got 20-year-old women marrying 50-year-old guys. You can't point out any other place. The only time you see that happening is in dire poverty. And no, that doesn't. Come on, man. On average, it doesn't happen here. Do you really?
It happens to those that have the money.
It happens to Brad Pitt. It doesn't happen to me. Not here.
Of course, not you. Not you. But yeah, Brad Pitt.
Honestly, if women here were smarter, they would go back to older man, younger female. Because if they did that, suddenly we'd stop traveling to other countries looking for young wives and looking for women that are going to be females and not going to try to compete with them.
But
they're not that smart.
But again, you pointed out my whole point. The reason why my whole point here was the reason why women in that country are like that is because the culture is allowing men to be empowered there more so than women.
Well, you know what it is? It's not the culture. It's that they have a weak government. Their culture is a matriarchy. It's a matriarchy simply because the majority of the households have a female at the head of household because they're all single moms.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a matriarchy. Their government is so weak that they barely tax. They have a teen pregnancy epidemic. America had a teen pregnancy epidemic. What did we do? We started teaching abstinence. We started passing out condoms. We started teaching kids about sex in the 3rd grade. Teen pregnancy has dropped so far until they don't even talk about it anymore. In fact, if you're in your 20s and you're pregnant, people are looking at you like you did something wrong.
Well, I'm gonna actually disagree with that statement. There are more the 20s. There are more men. There are more men now that are virgins into their 30s than there are women.
Listen, that's their fault. There is no excuse. There is no excuse. If you are a man and you're an American man, there is no excuse. There's no excuse.
Bruce is like, yo, what is going on my channel right now?
Let me tell you something. These guys who are incels, these guys have no excuse to be incels. They have no excuse. The sad thing is, men tease each other and make jokes about each other not getting sex. Let me tell you something. If you're not getting sex nowadays, it's because you just don't want it. No, that's what it is. I'm sorry. There's no excuse to be an incel.
Big Trey, we gonna have to do our own show, man. Hey, yo, Bruce. Hey, Bruce. Where'd Bruce go?
He must have went to the bathroom or something.
Hey, look, he done turned off his YouTube channel. He's like, yo, bump it.
Let me tell you something. There is no excuse to be an incel right now. There is no excuse. Let me tell you something. I just came back from Manhattan. And I was hanging out with my cousin at his job. Right next door, they got a damn massage parlor upstairs. And I know they doing shady shit up there. They ain't no excuse. Hey, no excuse.
Oh, my God, man. Oh,
and
my
look
God.
At, even like you watched 90 Day Fiancé. Look at that. Look at Colt. Colt got Larissa and he got Jess. Look at No Neck Ed. No Neck Ed has a daughter already from a previous relationship. He's over there in the Philippines. He's getting like 20-year-old Filipino girls. Calling it. There's no excuse. There's no excuse. First of all, let me tell you something. If you're a man right now and you're not out there sleeping around and you ain't got no kids, you're actually doing a damn good job because otherwise you'd be crying like these guys on Facebook's fuck child support page, upset women got their foot up in their ass and they taking half their money. Hey, no excuse. There's no excuse. No excuse.
You hard on them. And look, Big Truck, we gonna have to definitely do something. But I gotta tell you, man, this conversation's gone all. I'm gonna tell you right now. All I'm gonna say is that these people out here, that women have less have more power in our country than and European countries. They have more power here, and I could go into reasons why that is. But a woman has the ability to put the average man in jail after he made you make one mistake, you're guaranteed to be under her rule for at least
Well,
18 years.
well, listen. Certain things a woman has power over you, but if you're not related to her and you're not hanging with her or this, that, and the other, chances are, if there's no relationship, she really has no power over you. Chances are. You know, like a woman could call the cops and she could try to make a false report or something like that. But that's totally different. When it comes to first of all, let me just say it like this: you say a woman has more power. No. It's not the woman who has the power. It's the government has the power because she has to call somebody to do something about you. Whether it's taking child support from you, whether it's locking you up if you smack it in the face. One-on-one, a man has more power than a woman. That's just how.
Yeah, but I said in this country. In this country, she has more power than you because of the government.
Yeah, but only because of the government. Anywhere else anywhere else, you already know what these other countries look like. You go anywhere else in the world, women are, for the most part, unless you're going to Europe and
okay, I'm going to hit you because I was over there. I was going to hit you with some Europe.
Yeah, no. Even Europe, the guys don't like go to Russia. Just tell me how much power the women got in Russia. Tell me how much power they got there.
What about Australia?
Oh yeah, maybe even Australia. A lot of those guys, like most of those guys, they control them women. They don't have that problem.
Oh, they got that problem in Australia. You gotta go.
Australia. Well, if you look at Australia, more and more of them are going to the Philippines trying to get wives because them Australian women ain't having it.
Yeah, it's getting bad, man. But I mean, I'm gonna definitely agree that there's a lot of good. That as far as the Philippine women, that's what this page is about. The Filipino women are definitely a great option. They're a great option.
Well, you know who I would say Filipinas, Thai, Cambodia, and Vietnam. Like those are probably the best possible options.
Why would you say Thai women? Because I've heard some things.
Have you been to Thailand? Have you been to Thailand? Oh my God. There's a couple of channels on Thailand. There's a couple of channels. Like you on
Pattaya first class?
Oh no, man. No. I stayed in Bangkok last year.
No. Do you know the channel Pattaya First Class? Is what I'm saying.
I haven't seen that channel, but there's a couple other channels I watch, like Bangkok Red, and I watch Asiatica. And there's basically these guys, and they've built their YouTube channels off of just walking the streets in Pattaya and Phuket. And all they do is just video the women and video the nightlife there. And that's all they do. And they've got hundreds of thousands of subs, and they've got lots and lots of views per every video they do. Thailand attracts more people than the Philippines because Thailand actually is a higher quality of country. Like, for instance, they have better travel, they have better organization, they have a slightly better government. It's not expensive to be there, just like Vietnam and Cambodia and the Philippines. And I'll also say they just have things better together. The reason why a lot of guys prefer Filipinas is because they can speak English. Thai women, for the most part, their English is not that great. But as far as their physical health, Thai women are way better health.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. I've heard that but I heard they don't also like to leave. They're not good at.
Yeah,
they're not good at transferring over to another country. They're not. Not good at.
The reason why, once you go to Thailand, you understand. Thailand is a warm country. It's a cleaner country. I was shocked at how clean Thailand is when compared to the Philippines. Thailand was a very clean, a very neat. It was a very hygienic. It was very orderly. I was very surprised.
What about Vietnam? You've been to Vietnam. What's up with
Vietnam
Vietnam?
is about the same thing. Vietnam, I'll say this: Vietnam and Cambodia are very similar to Thailand because their bottom line is inviting and getting as many tourists there as possible. The problem is Vietnamese women and Cambodian women. They have the English barrier for one, and second of all, their culture, they're not as easy, I'll say. I don't like to use the term easy because I don't want to insult women, but
Right.
they're not as easy to get as Filipinas. If you've never had a girlfriend in your life and you go to the Philippines and you're there for like a week or two, chances are you're going to get a girlfriend very quickly. Chances are. So that, like, when I say that,
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. I agree with that.
There's no excuse to be an incel at this point. There's no excuse. Like, when you go to the Philippines, especially if you're working there or you're staying there for any length of time, or if you really want a girlfriend, oh yeah, you can get a girlfriend quick. Vietnam, it's a little bit harder. Cambodia, it's a little bit harder. Thailand, it's easy, but it's not as easy as the Philippines. And then second of all, they speak English in the Philippines. It's easier to talk to them. You know, I had a Chinese girl. I had a beautiful Chinese girlfriend. Beautiful. I've dated mostly Chinese girls because I was living in China, right? I had a beautiful Chinese girlfriend. I'll show you photos of her. I don't mind. I had a beautiful Chinese girl. I had a beautiful northern Shandong Chinese girl. My God, this girl was the prettiest girl I've ever seen. Thing about it is, Chinese people, their English for the most part is good. So we already know a lot about their culture just being American. But the thing about it is, it's harder to get a Chinese wife than it is to get a Filipino wife. When you meet a Filipino, they're like, yeah, take me with you. You know? Oh, you muted yourself.
No, yeah. I'm listening to you. I'm listening.
No, I'll show you. I'll show you like photos. It's like, because I have a Discord too. But let me tell you, I had a beautiful Chinese girlfriend. I was ready to marry her at 21. When I was 21, I was ready to get married. But the thing about it is, Chinese people, a lot of them, they want to stay within the Chinese culture and they want to stay within, like, the Chinese race, because the thing about it is they have a system. Like, they have a system and an order to doing everything. So it's a lot harder to get a Chinese wife in China than it is to get a Chinese American wife. That's easy. You can get a Korean American wife easier because they're more acclimated.
Your Chinese girlfriend, was she down to get married or anything?
I'll say it like this. I wanted to marry her, but at the time she was still studying. So, like, because we were at school together.
Oh, okay.
So the thing about it is, I wanted to marry her in the worst way. But the thing about it is, we ended up splitting up because I had to come back to America. And the thing about it is, after that, I kind of lost track of her for a while. And then she came and visited me later. But this girl was gorgeous. I mean, she was gorgeous. Like, I had never seen no woman like that. I was like, Jesus Christ, where do you find, like you never seen women like that here. And until you go to their country. But man, I was dating her. Oh my God. I would have married her then and there. And that would have probably been a big mistake, but I would have lived with it.
He said, I would have lived
with it. I would have been like, yo, listen, because I'll tell you, not having children, I got a house, I got race cars, and if I had children, I'd be driving around in a minivan, and I'd probably have
not necessarily.
I'd probably have a minivan, or I'd have some beat up Acura or something. But nah, it's like no. It's like, man, let me tell you something. It would have been a financial mistake, but I could have lived with it.
Hey man, Big Truck, a couple people been getting on and asking your link. Could you put your link in there?
Because I would love that.
You mean on your YouTube, right?
One guy asked on YouTube, but I guess you could post it there.
Yeah, okay. It's Big Truck Series Review at YouTube. Basically, I try to keep everything the same as my name. So it's Big Truck Series Review at YouTube. All they got to do is search for me, and they'll see my channel right away. But but no, that's the only thing. All I'm saying is Filipinas. I really like Filipinas. The only downside is that they're having that issue with teen pregnancy for one, and then they're having
motorsports. Is it motorsports?
Big Truck Series Motorsports. Yeah, it's a full name.
Okay.
Full name.
Okay.
But I mean, I love Filipinas, and it's easy to relate to them. And the thing about it is, it's easier to have a relationship with them our biggest problem is I live in New York. We're 9,000 miles away from the Philippines. So when I fly
me and you
there,
both. Me
I
and you
got
both,
no
buddy.
choice. Well, what part of New York you're in?
I'm in North Carolina.
You're in North Carolina.
We're East Coast side, bro.
Right.
We're both on East Coast side.
So basically, every time I fly there, you're talking about a $4,000 round trip because I have to fly business class because I can't. They're not putting me in them economy seats for 16 hours. It's not happening. So I fly business class every year, and I'm over there. And the thing about it is, the next time I go, I'm gonna claim my bride. I'm gonna get that K1 visa process started, and I'm gonna box her up, bring her over here, and we're gonna make things happen. Make things happen.
And look, man. Let me know when we got to do it together, man. Because I'm planning on doing
July
spousal.
I'm doing the July. Oh, the spousal. Oh, so wait. So you have a girlfriend there, right?
Yeah, I have a girlfriend there now.
Oh, okay. And is things on the level? Like how have you been communicating with her during this whole?
Man, we talk every day. We talk every day for several hours a day.
How old are you?
I am 36.
How old is she?
She is 27.
Good man. Okay, yeah. So, all right, no, okay, well, listen, as long as, hopefully everything's, because see, my problem is it's hard to have a relationship with somebody you can't be with all the time, because most of the guys who end up marrying over there, they usually live there or they're working there, so they're there long enough, because the problem is, like, they're, the K1 process, they make them show them photos and all that, they ask them questions and everything. So the thing about it is they're making sure that before you even apply that you've known this person for some time, right?
Right.
So it's easier if you live there. If you live there, that makes it really easy.
Well, kind of like what me and Bruce were talking about earlier, the reason why I'm going with a spousal, and I took his advice, is if I do the K1, it'll take almost the same amount of time for her to get here. And now, because they changed the rules, and on top of that, she won't even have a green card. But if I do it like Bruce suggests, I'll wait out that year after I get married and then go and get the green card, and then it'll be good to go.
Another thing to consider, NC, is it really depends on your situation, because like one thing that me and Yuri always advise people, like if you're new in the relationship and you need more time, the K1 is probably better. So it really depends on it also depends on, your situation. If you guys been together for many years and stuff and it's solid, then I would say that's probably best to go with the spousal, because it's way faster, it's cheaper, everything. As of right now, maybe in 3 years when they change the process a bit, it'll be faster with K1.
Yeah.
Jay and Cookies, how you doing?
I'm gonna send you over a couple of photos right now, just so you can see what I was talking about with the Chinese one.
Hey, by the way, Big Truck, I'm gonna give you a link to my channel, and I'm gonna send it to you right now. Actually, hold on.
Your Discord or?
No, my actual channel, my YouTube channel.
All right, I just sent you over some photos of the Chinese one. This was when I was 21. So this was back in 2002. Oh my God, man, I miss her so much. But anyway,
you might not want to say that so loud. Your girl be watching.
She ain't listening. Trust me, she ain't listening. You know what's messed up? You know what I was telling you about? Like, you have to privatize your channels. These Filipino girls, they were going through all my goddamn photos, and they were pulling up all my photos. So they were like, "Yeah, who's this? Oh, how long did you date?" And I was like, I don't want to talk about all that. It's like I dated her when I was in China, and that's it. There's nothing to talk about.
Oh yeah, she's pretty.
They already, yeah. Oh my God, man, that was the prettiest Chinese. Like I wanted to call her Mulan. That girl is gorgeous.
Mulan, and her friend is gorgeous too. The one next to her.
Oh my God, her friend was hot. Her friend had a little bit of acne, but I don't mind that too much. It's just a little.
You want to know something funny, man? I'm not going to tell you who my girl is. My girl look kind of like her though.
Oh, really? I gotta see a photo of that. You gotta show me.
Nah, man.
No, listen, there's more than enough to go around. I'm not gonna go after you.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding with you, man. I'm gonna send you a picture, man.
See, let me tell you something. That's the beautiful. A lot of people don't understand the numbers. There's 330 million Americans But over there, they got over 1 billion women. I don't need that many. I just need like one. I'm good.
1 billion women, huh?
Yeah, 1 billion. 1 billion women. Yeah.
1 billion women. They got 1 billion women over there.
I'm gonna show Bruce. Bruce, I'm gonna show you. The Chinese one right now. I'm gonna show you her, man. Like, oh man, I miss her so much.
All right, we're
man.
still on live stream, man. Is this gonna go to my? I don't want it to pop up on
right
screen.
to your Discord. It'll go right if you have a way, because I don't know how to use my Discord that well. So if you have a way where you can pop it up for YouTube, I don't mind. It's cool because they probably already seen my photos because everybody in my channel, they seen the chicks I've been with when I go over there, so they already know. But
I just don't want you to get in trouble with your new one.
No. You know Trust me, it's cool. It's cool.
It's cool
till it's not.
So here I am.
It's cool till it's not.
I'm walking around China. I'm a gigantic black guy, and I speak Chinese because I was learning Mandarin over there, right? I was going to the school, and I had no problems over there. I swear to God, if I had the money, like, I would have never came back here. But, you know, here I am, you know? I had an apartment. I had a Chinese apartment and everything. I had a landlord and everything. It's like I never would have gone back. Yeah, I sent it to you, Bruce. So you got him.
I sent you pictures of Big Truck.
Yeah, man, and then I like, you know, I'll tell you, man, she was gorgeous. She was gorgeous. That was like the prettiest Chinese girl I ever saw.
Why don't you keep that?
Well, we fell out because the problem was I had to come back to America to finish up school, and then I spent another 4 years in school. And the problem is, while she was over there, they expected her pretty much to marry a Chinese man, you know?
Right.
So she ended up marrying a Chinese guy, and she, but the thing about it is, I mean, granted, there's other opportunities, but, it's just because the thing about it is, it's just like I said, if I could have, I would have married a 20 or 21, but it probably would have been a big financial mistake because as I didn't have all that responsibility, I settled into a career and I started making a lot of money. So now, on a whim, I can go over there and then look for a woman half my age. I'm not even 40 yet, but I'm getting there.
Somebody said, "Who is in the Philippines right now?" None of us are in the Philippines.
No, none of us, man. We over here. We over here far away from the women. Except Bruce. Bruce is the only one with his girl right now. He's good.
And I gotta say, Bruce got a great catch, man. He got a great catch.
Yeah, man, I'm blessed.
Yeah, she's
blessed.
Super smart too, man.
And I'll tell you the thing that I'm glad that you were able to get her. I'm glad she was able to come over. I'm glad she was able to work here, and she's able to help you, and then she's able to send money home and whatnot. Yeah. That is the blessing, because that's exactly what I'm looking to do. That's exactly what I'm looking.
Bruce and Big Truck, I sent y'all both the pictures, man.
Okay, I'll be looking for it right now. Yeah, but I'm really happy to see other people being able to. Well, first of all, let me tell you something. When you watch those videos of those guys who have these video channels in Thailand and Philippines, I have never seen guys that happy before. But when you watch these American relationships, it's like they all are just sad. They're just sad. It's a shame. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
You how long have you guys been together, or physically together, I should say?
We haven't been able to be physically together because
at all.
No, because of the fact that because of the coronavirus, man.
But you've physically been with her before, right?
No, I've not met her in person yet. I met her last year. Yeah, I met her last year. And,
all right. Well, good luck. Good luck with
we've
that.
Been talking. I'm supposed to come over there. I'm supposed to come up there and see her next year if everything goes smooth. But who knows?
Yeah, but see, and it's a shame that coronavirus is basically crippling that entire country and damn near starving some of them.
Yes.
And the thing about it is, like, my chick, I'm trying to get back to her and everything, and you just hope that she stays true and this, that, and the other. But I'll tell you what, even if she decides that it takes me too long to get back and she moves on, the thing about it is I just start over. So, start over and meet another one. Because you got to understand, especially with coronavirus has women in general trolling social media looking for men. Because the thing about it is, as I'm telling you, they can't be stable on their own. And even the ones who are making money, they need a man, because that biological clock don't joke. That biological clock.
Hey, Bruce.
Yes.
Hey, Bruce, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
He may have, I don't know. Maybe he left again. I don't know.
What the hell?
He'll be back.
Bruce. Yeah, but you're right. You're right. I mean, there's all kinds out there. What part does yours stay in? Manila, or she stay in Cebu, or she stay in Davao, or which one does she stay in?
North of Manila, there's an area called Quezon City.
Yeah, I know about it. I didn't go there, but I know about it.
I was helping her out because the thing about it is she needed help being able to get into a nursing program and to be because she's not very her family's basically poor and her father has diabetes. So the thing about it is she needed help. So I helped her to get through this nursing program. So I helped her get her basic care licensing and everything. And yeah, I sent some the first thing I asked you was how much money have you sent over there? Because all of them. Which I totally understand, especially with this coronavirus shit.
You want to know something funny? My girl won't let me give her money.
Oh, okay, that's a great sign.
That's a good sign.
She's like,
that's a great sign.
I've given her $100 because she got into a bad situation one time, but she won't let me give her money, man.
But see, my only thing is, again, you gotta I don't know when you're free to travel. But understand something. When you try to apply for these visas, first of all, before you marry her, mark my words, you want to get to know her first, and you want to get to know her in person.
Oh, my God,
That's
yes.
number one.
NC, man.
And
take your time,
the only way you're going to get to know her in person is you got to know her, you got to know her family, you got to know her friends. Because sooner or later...
I talked to her family and I talked to her friends. They all got me on Facebook.
You talked to her family, but you only did it remotely. I'm talking about you got to be there in person.
Completely different.
And the thing about it is, a lot of these guys, they think that Filipinas are only dating white guys. Nah, at this point, they'll go for anybody, especially you, an American guy. It's like black, white. There's some Filipinas that only want black guys, and they want. They want black men. And my only thing is get to know her first. And you gotta basically live with somebody before you get to know her. So I would say that if you could get down there for a month, I don't know how long you get off vacation. If you could get down there for at least a month, okay. Well, if you can get a couple of weeks down there, maybe 15 days, that would be a good thing. The first 15 days, if you could go down there again, that's cool. But before you start a process of emigration, you got to get to know her.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Because and it's sad because the longer you get to know her, it's just like dating, but the longer you get to know her, that'll let you iron out whatever, because you're going to have issues with her. But the question is, are these issues insurmountable?
Yes.
Exactly.
Can you deal with it?
And
can she deal with your problems?
And so the first time it was such a bad. She was just so annoying. Just so annoying. She was annoying. She do this little whine thing, right? Fake.
They all do that shit. It's called tempo.
Damn it! What the hell?
Before that right there. I've never taught a woman that did that before. And then she did it. She would do it every time. She'd be like, why you? She's like, I want to go somewhere. I'd be like, yeah, I just kind of want to chill right now because I just got back. I just got off this plane flying all over the place. I don't want to go nowhere right now. And she's like,
oh, my God.
Like,
well, understand. You cannot have a relationship unless you are physically there, because if you're just talking to a woman over the phone and you have no physical connection, it's just feelings, and that's the bottom line. And that's why a lot of these guys, they keep trying to, like, even the Filipinos are trying to warn guys. They're like, yo, don't send no money unless you know her. Don't build no house there for her because she'll kick you right out of that shit and live in it with her boyfriend. And that's the thing. You have to look. Again, the easiest way to know one of these people is to live there. When you live there and you're with her every day, that's different. But again, I would say you want to give her, and that's why do you think the K1 process is 90 days? They like, no, if you met this chick on vacation, that's all good, but they want you to have 90 days on whether or not you're going to marry her. And if you do bring her here, she's financially your responsibility while she's here. You're her sponsor. She's financially your responsibility. Now, if you're lucky and you meet one of these chicks, and you know they're on the up and up, and they just want to be married, they want to have children, and they want to live with you and be your wife and everything. If you're that lucky, that's great. Right. But for the most part, I would say you'll see it for yourself and you'll pick up on it. But the thing about it is there's a lot of them. Some of them are scammers, but a lot of them, it's not that they're scammers. It's just that they're opportunistic to the point where they'll take advantage of whatever they can get.
I've purposely done certain things, and she's never taken like the bait or anything. She never asked me for anything. Like,
so she must have a job.
She has a job.
What does she do?
She is an like account manager for a small company that works with the malls.
Okay.
So she kind of does their budgets and stuff, and she oversees the shipments and stuff like that as well. So
okay. So she's well to do then.
Yeah, she's very busy a lot of times. She has a lot of work that she does there, and you know, but I mean, it doesn't pay a lot. But only reason why she didn't, like, she was going to go abroad again, but she didn't go abroad again because you know we were going to meet up. So she was.
When you say abroad again, where has she been?
She went to what was it? It was Dubai. She went to Dubai.
Yeah, no surprise there. Most of them end up going to Dubai specifically. Yeah.
Yeah. She went to Dubai once, and she hated it. She had a bad experience, and so she don't want to go there no more.
Well, I don't know how much of the news that you pay attention to. Some of them, they go to like Kuwait. They've had issues with some of them, like those Filipinos. They like they had this one Kuwaiti family or whatever. I don't know what happened, but they accused her of stealing. They tied her to a tree.
You tied the Filipina to a tree?
And yeah, this is 30. You could just type up Filipina tied to a tree, and it should come right up because it was like big news over there. We don't get a lot of their big news, but it was big news for a little while. And things like that happen. Like, because those Arabs, they treat some of the times they treat them really bad. Like when I was in Dubai, I saw more Filipinos there and more Indians than I saw Dubai people. You know, so a lot of them, they go there because that's the best job opportunity they could get.
Yeah, she thought she was gonna make a lot of money there, and
she did.
She ended up being a waiter, and so she ended up getting back and, you know, forgetting that.
Yeah, no surprise. See, the thing about it is a lot of them go there and they're just trying to make that money so that they can send money home. But for the most part, it's like those countries, they don't treat them well. A lot of times they don't. A lot of times they do not treat them well.
A lot of sexual trafficking and slave, human trafficking going on there too. So it's kind of bad.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so they do what they can, a lot of times, But my only thing is, she says she had a bad experience. Now,
it wasn't to that level. Her friends told her it was going to be something it wasn't, and that's what kind of pissed her off about it. So it was something like to that level. So because like I told you, like you said, people think they're going to go there and they're going to get treated really well and things going to be good. and people just got attitudes, and they'll treat you. They'll try to treat you any kind of way,
Yeah.
And that's basically how it went down for her. So she came back here, and she was going to go out of the country again to another location, but changed her mind because, like I said, we were supposed to meet, and it ended up not happening because of all this coronavirus stuff. So
yeah, coronavirus really screwed us all over, man. If it hadn't been for coronavirus, I would have been right there. I would have been there the whole month of July. I would have been there in the Philippines because my little Filipina chick, she was waiting for me to get there.
Yeah.
And
you
then
think we're gonna be able to go by July next year?
I believe by July next year that we'll be able to go. Now, my only issue is how badly will the airlines be affected? But I believe, yeah, we'll be able to go next year. I really believe it because the thing about it is they are lightening up quarantines right now.
Yeah, I was wondering what was the reason behind that.
The reason why is because look at the Philippines. They have less than 3,000 deaths. In America, we're crossing 200,000.
Somebody said, yeah. I think Mike C said you don't want to play, you don't want to f around in those Arab countries. She was lucky she was only tied to a tree for stealing.
Yeah, those countries can be really, really brutal, man. Those countries over there, because especially those Arab countries, man, they can be really messed up.
What's up, Money Life Business? I can't hear you.
I guess Bruce must have went somewhere. He's like, yeah, I'll just let them handle
it. Money Life Business is in here in the chat, but in the Discord, but he's not talking.
Hey, how y'all doing? I was listening to y'all talk.
Oh yeah, Money Life Business, man.
How you doing?
Your name? I'm doing all right, man. Oh man, you gonna get a Filipina too?
Well, I kind of.
Oh, Money Life Business.
Yeah, I just had one, and this pandemic ruined it.
Yeah, well, a lot of guys are trying to retire in the Philippines because of the cost of living is so low.
Well,
Philippines just keeps on picking up new customers, basically.
There's pros and cons for that, but I heard their hospital bills are pretty outlandish. But
well, yeah, I mean, if you can't afford them.
Yeah, it's better. It's good to get some like medical insurance when you go over there if you're gonna retire there. But so you said that this virus thing ruined it, man. What happened?
Oh, you mean for me?
No, Business for Life. He said
no. The virus shut down our flights, man.
Yeah,
but
I was going on 2 years with her, and she was like, "Look, I was going on 2 years of talking to her, and I was supposed to go over there to see her this year, and this shut it down. And she's like, I'm getting too old. I can't take the chance. So you're not coming, and there you go.
She had somebody else on the side, bro.
Oh,
could be.
His girl, man. His girl probably had somebody else she was talking to.
But you know what? See, I've noticed that a lot of these Filipina girls. That's why I'm saying, like, you want to get to know them before you make any decisions. Because a lot of these Filipina chicks, it's like just like they be trying to warn you about these scammers. A lot of these Filipino chicks, they got a boyfriend or something, or maybe even a baby daddy, and they don't tell you about it because they know you're not gonna want to talk to them or entertain them, right? And the bottom line is, it's like you got to be real careful with them because a lot of them will not say anything about what's really going on, and then you find out late,
Right.
Because it's just like my guy. My guy thought that he had a good Filipina chick, and then finds out that this bitch is lying about having children. And she had 2 kids, and then it wasn't even 2 kids by just one father. She had 2 kids by 2 different baby daddies. So their ages are like totally out of whack. Like one of them is like what is it? One of the kids was like one age, the other kid was another age. And you're like, how could you do it? Like, how could you do something like that? How are you gonna lie about how you gonna lie about having children? You know,
Exactly.
that's just sad. That's like, and the thing about it is, if she hadn't been caught, if he hadn't caught her, because if like her friends hadn't ratted her out, she would have kept the lie going indefinitely. But her friends ratted her out. You know,
well, it's a good thing her friends ratted her out.
well, it's a good thing for him. And it wasn't her friends. It was her. It was her baby daddy's sister.
Yeah, that's still good. That's still good.
And the only reason why he told me it happened was because he was posting photos of her and him together, wherein she didn't want him posting photos of them until she was even telling him. She was like, yeah, she told me don't post photos of us together until we're like married and I'm in America, because I don't want certain people knowing about, because they gossip and this, that, and other. And then come find out that she's up there lying about like having children. And I've heard that this is not uncommon. I've heard this happen. I've heard this happens a number of times. Because if you really think about it, a lot of their parents take those children and they raise them while the kids are out working, so you gotta be very careful. Like when you finally do meet up with this chick, I'm sure it's gonna be lovely and magical and everything. Make sure she ain't got no stretch marks. Make sure make sure she's on the level.
Right.
And if she's a career woman, chances are she doesn't have children or anything like that hidden. But you can't be too careful. Can't be too careful. Can't be too careful.
I can be honest with y'all. I don't think that was the case with this one that I was dealing with.
Can't be too careful.
I think I messed it up. I just really messed it up.
How you mess it up, man?
Because I was supposed to meet her twice, and because of work, I got I'm a high level job in technology, and if a certain thing happens, it's shut down. I'm in charge of my department, so I wasn't able to.
The person you're talking to, is he on YouTube or Discord?
The money life and business is on Discord. I can hear him fine. He's talking.
Oh, he's talking. Okay, I think I have him mute. I think I have him muted. Let me unmute him. Yeah, okay. I think I hear him now.
Wow, you muted me? We had conversation.
No. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I'm still learning half this stuff in order to deal with what is it, Discord. It's like it was a mistake.
Yeah. So like I was saying, yes, I really messed it up. She's a good girl. It's just that she didn't want to take that risk with me because I canceled twice because of my job.
Well, I think have you met her before? You met her though.
No, I haven't.
Right? Oh, you've never met her.
Point. So
how old was she?
When I met her, she was 28, and now she's 30.
Okay, yeah, she's not playing around.
Let me tell you something. If you haven't been with her physically, and it's been 2 years, she's got somebody else. Bottom line. Because let me tell you something. These Filipinas, these are the freakiest girls. Like I like, these girls are freaky. Like, let me tell you something. Like, I'm telling you, they I don't know if it's the Catholic upbringing or whatever it is, but them girls, man, they are freaky. They're freaky. They are freaky. There's a reason why everybody's rushing to the Philippines. Them girls are freaky.
Money for business. Have you gone? I mean, money life business. Have you gone to the Philippines before?
No, I'm trying to make it over there. I was really gonna. Make it there in February when this happened, at the end of February.
Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, if you've never been to the Philippines, can I give a recommendation?
Go ahead.
I would say it would be nice if you go. Like I wouldn't do it like I did, or I don't know if Big Truck did it this way, but maybe it might be a little better if you go there, uh, with the idea to meet more than one person. Because
Yes.
I don't think you want to go on your first trip to see one person because, to be honest with you, if you don't like that person, you're gonna feel like your trip was wasted.
Exactly.
And these Filipinos are not leaving you once you get there, bro. So and if you make it known you're just gonna visit, you go and hang out with her, take her out on a date, and then you say, well, I'll see you later, and then you got plans to go meet up with another girl. It'll be a little better for you. If you do like her, then you can chill with her the whole time. But if you don't like her, you don't have to, and that makes it easier for you. But I wouldn't necessarily get locked down on the first time because that first time I did that and I regretted it, man. I regret it. There was a lot of girls that wanted to hang out with me and I turned them all down. One girl and she ended up marrying some other dude later. So,
was it because of looks?
Is it because of looks? Why I say that? No, I'm saying that because personality wise, you might not like her. Like what you see in person is different than what you're gonna see online.
Yes, and another thing you got to remember is a lot of those girls. It's like they don't even look like they look on their profiles because they don't look like they're supposed to look because they use all those goddamn filters.
Yeah. Well, if you're using WhatsApp though, you probably ain't got to worry about that. But
but my point is they are really, really into the visual lie. So my thing is, it's like to make sure you're getting with the person that you think you're getting with. You definitely want to give it like you can't know her until you live with her for a little while. So you gotta live with her.
I was in this belief that the girl I was coming to see when I went was far shorter than me. When I got there, we almost same height. I'm like, wait a second, hold on. I've been talking to little Shaq from Philippines all the time.
How tall are you?
Oh man, I'm not that tall. I'm 5'8", man, 5'8".
Oh man, I'm like 6'6". You should see me walking with the little girls.
Yeah,
we were walking through the market. Like we were out shopping. This one, she's like 5 foot nothing basically, and I'm 6'6", and I'm huge and black. And we're walking. It's just like in that photo with the Chinese girl I sent you. It's just like the Chinese girl I sent you. It's like we're walking around, and there's people making lewd comments about us having sex. They're like, "Oh man, he must break her apart and this, that, and other." Oh yeah, and she can understand it because they're talking that Tagalog, and she understands what they're saying, but I don't understand what they're saying. And the women making all these lewd comments.
And look,
when they were saying it.
What?
Was she laughing when they were saying it?
She was telling me what they were saying, but no, she wasn't laughing. She wasn't really laughing. I was. No,
laughing. They don't like Filipinos. Don't like to be put on blast. They
don't like that.
They don't like that stuff. They like to be kind of conserved. So, like, she probably was kind of shy because they're really shy and timid in person. So they're not going to like that, But we're probably, I would say. Money, life, business. I went and Mike C had said it earlier. If you go to Filipino Cupid, you'll find so many women that will talk to you that are very pretty, that are young, from the ages of 18 and up. You'll find yourself so many pretty girls that'll talk to you. I'm sure you'll find some, and they're all on there. A lot of them are very serious, especially right now. So. Just don't give them no money. Just don't give them no money, please.
And that's the shame. The real sad thing about it is they are going to be most interested in the first guy that's giving them cash, right?
Yeah. So you got to find one of them.
Again, if you're there with them in person, you don't have to give them a dime because they're going to be riding on you that whole time you're there. So whenever you go to the
Right.
restaurants, you're paying for it. Whenever you have a hotel and you go traveling, you're paying for it. Now, they are basically helping you because of the fact that they're speaking the dialogue and that they're able to help you navigate this, that, and other. But for the most part, like while I was there, my chick, she never asked me for a dime. She didn't have to because it was basically assumed I was paying for everything. But you know what the funny thing about men is? Men want that. That's the thing. Men expect, in most cases, that they're going to be the breadwinner. But here's the thing, though. When you go to their country, it's so cheap to be there until you don't really care. Like, for the price of you paying for her and you a meal, it's less than like $5 or $6. So it's like you don't care. For the price of you and her having a hotel room, you might be paying. I was paying like $15 a day. And that was already planned out.
Well,
so I had an apartment
I
for $5 a month.
yeah, I paid. I had a condo in
Yup.
the middle of Makati for an entire week. I had that for $400.
And that's when you were with this one you showed me the photo of.
No, I was with the other one.
Oh, so you
That
haven't met
one-
her.
Yeah, that's the one I haven't met yet.
So which
That's the
one's the
one.
one you met? Do you have a photo? Do you have like a photo of you and her together?
Yeah, I don't really like. That's what.
Oh, hey, listen, I showed you mine.
Okay, fine.
Well, you can show it, but I think this is being broadcast on YouTube.
No.
No.
YouTube can't see it. Discord is the only thing. Like YouTube didn't see my photos.
No,
And me personally, my photos are basically public knowledge because they're on my Facebook and they're on my when people watch my YouTube and I do live videos when I'm over in those countries, they see the women I'm with. They already see them. So Money Life Business, I'll show you. Money Life Business, I'll show you the photos I showed him.
See if I can find. See if I
Just
can
one
find some of these.
good one. Just one good one. That makes it easier to judge.
Really want to cook some meatloaf, so I'm getting all the.
No, really want someone to cook.
Nope, I got her cooking.
Might be all over my old phone, but
No, I'll stand there with her.
new phone.
Yo, yeah, Money Life. I sent you the ones I sent them.
By the way, I sent you. I sent you the link to my channel. By the way.
Yeah, Money Life. Okay, good. Yeah, Money Life. I sent you the photos. I sent Bruce and what's his name, Big Bigs.
Yeah.
But okay. So for the chick you met, things didn't work out with her, but y'all stayed together like how long?
I mean, look, what we talking about? All like, bro, I was going through some things, so it really didn't matter. Like, I really
You were
just
over there for a little while, though. How long were you over there?
I was only there for about almost 2 weeks.
Okay, so and you were there with her pretty much all that time, right?
Yeah, and I didn't have nowhere near the fun I would have had.
So how long was it before you hit them drawers?
It was the first day.
Yup. Let me tell you something. When I got there, first of all, if you've already spent a long time talking to a woman, as far as she's concerned, it's like she already knows you enough. But let me tell you something. When I got there, this chick, like I got there the day, and then what happened was she was supposed to be taking a bus to meet me. But what happened was the bus was delayed because, the traffic over there sucks. So she met me early in the morning. Like, she got there like maybe 4 or 5 or something like that in the morning. And she had just gotten off the bus, so she was tired. We hopped right into bed. That's why I keep saying, if there's no excuse to be an incel in 2020. If you're an incel, it's because you just don't want none.
No, excuse. I've been married before, so it's impossible.
Oh, you married? No, but I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about, dating one of those, because it's amazing that Filipina American dating is such a hot topic now. It's because American men are fed up with American women, and we're shopping the gamut over there in the Philippines and Thailand. We're trying to get wives for the most part, right? So
Right.
so it's like American men aren't really interested in dating. They're just looking for a wife. And the Filipino women couldn't have it better because that's what they're trained to be for the most part. But let me tell you something. We hopped right into bed, and it was kind of weird. It was kind of weird, like you don't know a person this much yet, but you're just hopping right into bed for the most part. And
There you go. I gave you
oh,
three.
good. Okay. Oh, snap. All right. And that's her mom?
That was her aunt.
Oh, her auntie? Oh,
Yeah.
wow. That's a nice person. Yeah, y'all look good. It's too bad that didn't work out.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you got more options.
Yeah.
Oh, she's cute though. I like her. I like her. She's cute. I'm right about what?
You right about the whole thing about these women and how yo, they are raised to be how we need them to be. It's absolutely
Exactly.
wonderful.
When you travel to you've been to the Philippines before, right? Or you've been to one of the Southeast Asian. Oh, okay. Let me tell you something. When you go over there, everything that you felt about being a man in America, especially being a black man in America, when you go over there, all of that is like just totally off the table. None of that matters no more. When you go over there, I don't know how much money you make per year, but if you're making more or around $50,000, if you go over to their country, you're rich. So when you go there, you can have basically whatever you want. You're priced out of their market. You can stay in a nice place. You can go anywhere you want to go. You can travel anywhere there you want to go. You can have any food you want. It's like it feels like being a man. Here, it's like, yeah. That's why men want to.
I know what he was about to say. That's why he's gonna say some crazy stuff just now.
Yeah, no, but that's the truth, man. That's the truth. I can only tell it like men go to these countries, whether it's you're going to Dominican Republic, whether you're going to Costa Rica looking for wives, whatever it is. American men aren't looking for quick hookups. American men are going to these countries looking for wives. And the thing about it is when you go to their country and you suddenly feel like you can afford everything and you feel like you're feeling good and the women are all looking at you like, wow, look, he's like a superstar. It's like here in America, you don't get none of that shit, especially if you're black.
No, they love us, but they love us behind closed doors.
Well, I mean, the foreign women are different, but I'm talking about when you go to their country and suddenly you're top shelf,
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
Top of the shelf.
What I would suggest that you go and do is you go and get you go to Filipino Cupid. You go and find yourself one or two girls that you find attractive. Talk to them, and and hopefully make sure you pick an area where like you're planning on being. So if you're planning on being in Manila, then plan for and make sure because Manila's big, so you can't just.
Manila's huge.
You don't want to pick you don't want to say, oh, well, the girl's in Manila, then that means she's close by. That doesn't mean anything. That's like saying that you live in the Bronx or you live in Bronx, New York, and the person next to you, the girl you want to talk to, live in Philly. She can't just walk over there. She got a long drive to get there. So you gotta.
Excuse me. When you first make your trip over there, what you need to do is you get you a nice condo and you make sure you got a queen size bed. And when she comes over, she's not going home. She's hanging with you that whole time. She's staying right up in your room in your bed.
But I'm talking about. I was telling him that if he wanted to have more than one option. This is I'm talking about more than one option. Now if you want
Filipinos, they're not going to let you have more than one option. Whoever the first one you get with is, she's going to nail you. She's going to lock you down. She's going to lock you down.
If you do manage to get rid of her, bro, she gonna do everything. She gonna wash your clothes. She gonna do everything, bro.
Oh man, mine got down and she was clipping my damn toenails. I was like, oh shit, I'm getting a pedicure.
Mine's washing my clothes, man. I was like, what is happening here?
I was using the condo's laundromat because the thing about it is I don't want my shirts and my stuff. I don't want my stuff being done in like a sink. Like, cause my like women can hand wash.
Well, no, she had actual washing machine.
Oh, really? Wow, that girl, she must be rich. She must be freaking rich.
Yeah, she's rich. They don't. That's generally
because most of them don't have that. Even when I was in China, most of them didn't have that.
Well, her aunt had. She lived at her aunt's house, which her aunt had the house, and they live in Canada, so they lived in that house, and so she was living there. And they have a washer and dryer and all that stuff in there. That's where I was
looking at those photos that you sent me. Like, she looks like she was well off, or at least whoever she was living with was.
Yeah, she was doing pretty good. Like I said,
I mean, she's cute. She's cute. I like her. I like her face. She's cute.
Personality wise, if I had chose, I like the one I'm talking to now more than I like her. But yeah, she was very attractive. She was attractive.
Oh yeah, she is cute. Very nice. And this was the old one though.
Yeah, that was the old one. No, she was 20. She was 27. She turned 28 while I was there.
Okay.
But the thing is, like I told you, she had a boyfriend that she was hiding, and she was weighing her options, man.
No, but first of all, see, the problem is these Asian women. They are programmed and indoctrinated that they're trying to have their babies by the time they're like 20. So for them, teen pregnancy, and especially if you're in the Philippines, teen pregnancy is like rampant there. So if you meet a chick that's this cute in either of these photos you sent me, if you meet a chick that cute and she's in her 20s and she doesn't have any children, then she must be either career-minded or she's just holding out for a foreign guy. It's one of those two.
The first one was definitely holding out she wanted a foreign guy. She said that, and so that's why me and her were talking. But I was dealing with a lot of stuff at the time, and she wanted, bro. Let me just tell you, if it was up to her, I'd have got her pregnant while I was there, and then she would have been ready to come here by now. That's
something you don't want to do. No, because even my chick scared me. Like we were going at it, right? And she was on top, and she's like, "Oh, don't worry. If I get pregnant, it's like, don't worry about it." I was like, "What do you mean, don't worry about it?" It's like I came here with luggage. And that's all I'm taking back. And she was like, "Oh, don't worry about it. I'll take care of everything." And I'm like, wow. And then the other thing is they're very superstitious about protection. They don't want to use condoms. So basically these girls are taking cream pies, and it's easy to see why teen pregnancy's off the hook. Teen pregnancy's off the hook over there. Because they refuse, the government doesn't teach abstinence. The Catholic Church is against abstinence. The Catholic Church is against abortion. So everything's basically illegal. Like we're talking about a man's rights to choose. They don't even have the right to choose over there. And then they've been programmed not to make simple decisions that would keep them from getting... If they get knocked up early, they want it to be a foreign man because they know that a foreign man is most likely going to take care of them. They know it, And if he doesn't, they can track his ass because they got photos of your passport.
$500 a month.
$500 a month for what?
No, I'm saying in the Philippines, you giving them $500 a month, they living good.
Yeah,
shit, listen. If you gave her $200 a month, she's living good.
Bro, I'm gonna tell you, man. Life, business for life. I mean, I call you business for life. Sorry, business life. I'm gonna call you something. Just call you life. Life. You gotta understand that place right there, man. If you go there, the most expensive thing you're gonna spend your money on is your ticket. Your ticket's gonna be the most expensive thing. I recommend coming with probably $1,000 just so you can
Yup.
have, if you, depending on how you want to live. But I'd come with $1,000 if I was you at least. That just allows you to buy some things if you want to buy some things, and then if you want to enjoy some things, pay for your hotel before you go there.
Of those things like Travelocity, Expedia, whatever, and they prepare your condo and they prepare your airfare and everything's taken care of through them. All discounts are taken care of. Once you get that down packed, and you said bring $1,000. My bottom line is it's better not to have too much cash on you. It's better to have a debit card and maybe some credit cards. And at any given time, maybe you have like maybe $100 or $200 worth of cash on you. But for the most part, I paid for everything using my credit card because I keep track of stuff like that. And when it comes to the food on the street or when it comes to taking it out to eat, I pay for all of that with cash. And if it comes for paying the cabs, obviously you got to use cash, right? But $1,000, that's great. And you can show her a nice, good time and everything. But understand something. If you go in there and you're serious about it, the problem is it's like you have to keep going. And the problem is we're very distant from them. So it's like whatever you plan on doing, it's like if y'all want to be serious, it's like if you're sure that whoever you're dating is serious over there, you can start that process of bringing her over here. But the longer she's over there alone is the more chance she has to cheat on you.
Well, that's like with any woman, though.
Exactly.
Man,
Exactly.
That could go both ways on.
Yeah, it could. It absolutely could. It absolutely could.
Because one of those full moons will come out.
For the most part, like listen. When I got there the last time, the first thing I did was I took her to the drugstore. We went to Mercury Drugs to get some what are those birth control pills because she doesn't, they don't use condoms or whatever. But I kept her loaded up on them things, man. I was watching her to make sure she was taking birth control pills. It was like $20 a pack. I kept her loaded on them things.
And you were giving a plan B.
Well, they didn't have all those advanced, like they didn't have the Depo-Provera shot. And if a woman tells you she had the shot and you weren't standing there while they were giving her the shot, she's lying. And you will end up with a kid. You will end up with a foreign child in a foreign country.
Listen. I'm gonna tell you right now. You definitely want to do. You definitely want to do that. Because it is. I'm not gonna lie. If you in Makati, like the reason why I suggest talking to somebody first before going there is because you'll also find out how quickly they're promiscuous. A lot of them are straight up honest, tell you that they're promiscuous, and you do not want one of those. I seen some pictures where girls thought they were being cute. They were not being cute, and I saw some horrible things down there. So you definitely want to make sure you know if the girl's being promiscuous or not before you go.
But you know what the problem is? The problem is again.
Mike C said I'm strapping up regardless.
Yeah, well, listen. It's just like the dude that I was telling you about, and this chick is lying about the fact that she has children. The problem for you is unless you know enough about her, which you're not going to know anything by the time you get there. You're not going to know anything but what she told you. The only way you learn about her is by looking at her relationships with her friends, her family, and even her enemies, because all females got female enemy friends. And the thing about it is they can hide shit at their province. She could have been the biggest hoe in all of the country, and you'd never know about it because she'll play that game that she's a good girl up until you marry her ass and bring her back here. And then all of a sudden, then the stories start coming out, which you basically got to shut your social media down. But my thing is, if you get them young, legal, young, and if you get them nice and young and you're staying there, you have less of they have less of an opportunity for the promiscuity. But then the problem is, then you got to export them real quick. So the quicker you export, and then the problem is, once you get them here, you got to keep these guys around here away from them.
Also, you're gonna have a hard time getting a lot of your really young ones because a lot of them are still a lot of Filipinas are really college oriented.
Yeah.
So
No,
you
those are the
won't.
easiest. Trust me, those are the easiest ones. If you're a foreign man, those are the easiest ones because the thing about it is, school oriented or not, you can afford things for her that she absolutely has no opportunity to get. You know, like if you want to buy your Filipino girlfriend a cell phone,
Oh, I
or
was
if you
saying
want to
like
buy
I
her,
was saying if you wanted to move her here, like if you want to move her
yeah.
here, a lot of them don't want to move till they're done with their schooling.
Well, a lot of them, some of them don't, a lot of them do. And you know what? You know how you know the ones who do is the ones who've entered the workforce. Because once they start working in their country, they don't want no part of that shit because they're not getting paid nothing and it's hard work.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
So if they get to come here, they're living on you. So they can just get a nice job and they can be happy and they can work. They can send some money back home. But if they're working there, they're not earning anything there.
Yeah, you're right, man. You're right.
I've got some plenty of experience, man. I've been there like 3 times, and I always stay a long time. Like I stay as long as I can, you know. But my thing is, the next time I go there, it's like as long as I'm sure that this chick is serious, I'm a box her up and I'm bring her right back if I can, you know, because the stupid American embassy, you know, and that's just how you have to look at it. Because the thing about it is, you want to bring her back here. You want to have a wife and everything. You want to have, and she wants the opportunity. She wants to migrate. So it's a mutual relationship. It works out for both of you. But to tell you the truth, I wouldn't mind moving there. I wouldn't mind moving there and retiring there, honestly.
Uh I want to live. I want to leave the country for sure. I don't know where.
My only
Yeah.
problem is to stay there, I'd have to have no less than $2,000 a month. If I was living on $2,000 a month, basically there I'm rich.
well, the fact that you can work from home now, you can have your regular income here.
That's true, but keep in mind, if your job can be outsourced, that means they don't need you that much. Any job that's outsourceable means that you can be replaced.
Well, outsource as far as working from home.
Let's figure it like this. Imagine that you're a Microsoft technician, right? If you can do your job without coming into an office, that means that they can hire 10 Chinese people to replace you.
Not necessarily.
Well, it depends. It depends, but I guarantee you, over time, you're going to hear about more and more of these remote jobs disappearing and not coming back. I guarantee. Guaranteed. Because, see, you know what the problem was before? A lot of these office owners and managers, they thought that they needed to be on top of you in the job office space to manage your productivity. Now they're
Yes.
finding out that they don't need to be on top of you and that you can be working from home and they can still manage your productivity. A lot of the people who got this taste of not working in the office, they're never going to go back and they don't want to go back. But the issue that they're going to have is a lot of these jobs are going to cut them loose.
Well, those you gotta also think about it like this. That's true, but you supposed to keep updating your resume. You supposed
How
to
many
keep
people
on
do that? How many people do that?
your skill level.
How
A
many
lot
people
of
do that?
Don't, but that's
A
why they
lot
give
of
you-
people don't.
And Maslow's law. What is Maslow's law? It's basically you at the bottom of the food chain. That's how you get treated. It's as simple as that.
Yup. That's exactly how you get treated. And the sad thing is, in Filipinos, they're at the bottom of the food chain. It's like there's not a tremendous demand for home care attendants, and even nursing is filling up in most cases because a lot of these people here who are graduating, a lot of these women are going to school for nursing. They don't even want to be doctors; they just want to be nurses because they get more time at home. So we're not even taking on Filipino nursing as much as we used to, you know. But those foreign countries, for the most part, they're taking in Filipino nurses. They're taking in Filipino what is it called? Home care attendants, and that's the main thing that they study for is basic care attendants. That's the main thing they study for.
Well, this is about to be a paradigm shift in our country with the women, when all these women that are being feminists and doing things that saying that they don't need men, when they become old and they're alone.
Yup. But by then it's too late. By then it's too late.
No, it's not. Well, for us.
For them it's too late. For us, it's just that's party time.
Well, that's what I mean for them, and then the younger people are going to see this and they're going to say, "I don't want this," and then they're going to follow a different footsteps, and then our kids is going to have a better situation than we did.
Well, you notice what I've noticed. I've noticed a lot of lesbians are going. They're leaving lesbianism and they're going to men more and often, and they just claim that they're bisexual. Because the problem is they're not getting what they want out of the relationship with the female. So a lot of them are going right back to guys.
Yeah. But we already knew that was going to happen.
Of course.
That polyamory relationship type stuff is happening more now. Open relationships and stuff like that.
See, this social media's got the whole game screwed up for them. For like American women cannot compete with social media. They can't. Because the problem with American women is when men have access to social media, it's like we have access to more women than they have access to men. So men are swiping their faces off of a Tinder and they're able to pick and choose better than a woman can because a man, all he has to do is have money and be in decent shape, and he's good. You know, women as they're getting older and older and older, once they hit that wall, it's over.
Yeah, and the wall is 33 to 35.
Yup.
So it's okay. I don't feel sorry for them at all.
No, but see, they were born into a system that they don't understand, and they're told by liberal feminism that they should be able to do whatever they want when they want. The problem is there's a reason why traditional male-female relationships didn't change over thousands of years. It's because when they did allow it to change, they realized right away that shit was going wrong, so they turned it right back, you know?
Well, it gets even deeper than that, to be honest with you.
Oh, of course. But you're talking about women cashing in on men for the child support, and the man has no option to opt out after the fact. Let me tell you something. These women have turned this shit into a business, and they've created a dependency culture out of this government. And let me tell you something. Once they let the government into the bedroom, the government ain't never leaving.
Oh, it's going to be over now. You know why?
Why?
This pandemic, all those socialist programs are going to be gone.
No, they're not. You know why? Because Trump doesn't want you lining up around the White House with guns. Just like we did, what was it, months ago? And they had all them Antifa people storming the White House, and they had to rush him to a bunker in the White House. Trust me, social welfare is going to be around for a long time. And if you even try to take it away, they're going to point at you and call you a racist, a sexist, or some kind of is. And the thing about it is you'll have no choice but to keep it. No choice. Yo, you're somebody's mic is going in and out. Who is that? Is that somebody's mic is going in and out?
It's not mine. I was muted.
Oh, okay. Listen. Women have created a massive social welfare dependency state here, and it's all like social services and social workers. All that stuff is only going to keep growing, man. They're not cutting back on that anytime soon. Our deficit, our national debt will hit $40 trillion. None of that's getting cut. Trust me. And it's only going to get worse. You got like 40 or 50 million people about to lose their jobs and be damn near homeless. Trust me, that social welfare ain't going nowhere. We had 1 million people last week file unemployment. 1 million people. And that's on top of the other couple of million. Social welfare ain't going nowhere for a long time. Are you still muted?
No,
I'm muted. Yes.
Okay.
I really believe that they have to get rid of it at this point.
Nope.
And now they have a chance to get rid of it.
Nope. This is more of a right now is more of a reason to actually increase it than it is to get rid of it.
The country can't support it.
Hey, listen, I want you to understand something. America is a dirty shirt, but we're still the cleanest shirt in the hamper. So when you say we can't support it, I'll tell you yes. The Federal Reserve will print as much money as it takes to stop us from storming the White House.
Well, hopefully, after this election, we won't have that problem.
Well, you think that if Biden and Harris win, that there still won't be millions of people filing unemployment? There's still it's happening under Trump. You know, it's gonna keep it. We're screwed for like the next 3 or 4 years, and they don't want to say that, but that's the truth. We're our financial hole. I mean, you got to understand. You've got airline pilots filing welfare right now because they're sitting at home. They don't even have a plane to fly. I mean, you think about how many people are furloughed right now.
I'm sorry.
Have you noticed that? I mean, you got to understand, social welfare is only going to increase in the short term. It's only going to increase. I'd say for the next 3 years, we're screwed.
Oh, short term, but I'm talking long term.
Long term, we'll be $50 trillion in debt long
Which is why we couldn't sustain it.
We can sustain it as long as we have a military industrial complex. We can sustain it. The government doesn't care how deep into debt it goes. It doesn't care. It does not care. Because keep in mind, all this money is borrowed money. All of this is borrowed money.
Oh yeah, because there's no more gold standard.
Yeah. Well, we'd never be able to run up the deficits that we have if there was a gold standard. We wouldn't even be able to do it.
That's the point. There's no gold standard. There's no gold backing it. So yeah, as soon as that happened, everything was hit. Anything goes. But I really do not believe in the long term they will keep these socialist programs. It is hurting us way more than anything. It's basically saying that the United States is a woman's husband, and we have no say so in anything.
Pretty much, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
This conversation sounds very similar, doesn't it, Big Truck?
Yep. Man, we've got.
I saw this happening. Hey, man. There's other reviews about Cherry Blossom. I know Filipino Cupid is like one of the most recommended.
Well, Filipino Cupid is. I'll say it's probably. How should I say? It's okay, but the problem is there's a lot of scammers on that shit.
There's a lot of scammers on all of them. There's a lot of scammers on all of them.
there's a lot of Filipino scammers on that shit.
Go on Peanut Love, man. That's worse.
Because even on the Facebook group, like they can't. And it's funny because one of the rules of most of these groups is no asking for money. The first thing they do is as soon as they get on there, they start to ask for money.
I just want to find a girl from the province.
Well, if you want to find a girl from the province, you got to go to the province. You're not going to find one unless you go there. You got to go there.
Yeah, a lot of girls from the province don't have good internet service out there. So you might struggle. You might struggle to communicate with them if you do go get a girl from the province.
Yeah, I lucked out with mine, yo. I really lucked out. She was from the province.
I mean, now, yeah, they could leave the province.
What happened?
They could leave the province and come, like be working outside the province because there's not a lot of jobs out there. So
she was from Leyte, but she worked in Manila and she sends all her money back to home.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what most of them do.
That's what most of them do.
And I saw where she was living. I was like, what the hell? She's like,
well, I mean, you got to understand they're living for the most part. They're impoverished for the most part.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, I got a question for you, man. You saw her on video chat, right?
Who are we talking about?
Chat with her all the time, video.
Okay, good. No, because I mean, a lot of these girls, they'll be like, I can't do video, but
what? I wouldn't even.
Yeah.
Now that when you hear one of them say that they can't come on video, those are the ones you really got to be careful of because some of them really are into the scamming, and what they're doing, like the ones who say, oh yeah, well I can't do video chat, those could be guys and you don't know,
Well, yeah, bro, I've caught a few of them. What they like to call lady boys on there. There's a lot of lady boys up on there, bro. You got to watch out for the lady boys. They running rampant up on there.
No, well, some of them are lady boys, and some of them are actually guys who are trying to do they're running a scam basically, and they're trying to convince you that they're a pretty Filipina girl. And the thing about it is, then next thing you know, you find out that they're really a guy.
And they're trying to get you to give you that money.
Yep. It's always about that money, man. It's always about that money.
Some of them got whole husbands also. You gotta also remember that. Some of them got whole husbands that they ain't talking about in another room or something.
Yep. That's right. That too. That's exactly right. Because and the thing about it is, you see it a lot with these Nigerians. With these Nigerian scammers, they got these Nigerian scammers are always trying to pretend that they're crazy, hot, sexy white girls because they steal their photos off of Facebook and they steal their photos off of Instagram. And then you try to get them to do a video chat. And you know they scamming and you know they're lying. And then you get them on video chat and it's like some dusty feet fucking Nigerian. And you see his dusty ass feet. You're like, wait a minute. You're not that white girl who's on that photo. You're a fucking Nigerian or some shit. He's like, oh, I love you, baby. And I'm like, yo, fuck you, man. And block that ass. That shit is crazy. I swear to God, it's like so crazy. Now.
I've never had that one happen to me. That sounds amazing.
Let me tell you something. When they try to scam me, I take it all the way. Like what I do is I'll have a Best Buy. What is it? I'll have like one of those Best Buy phone cards. One of those gift cards they're trying to get you to get. And what I'll do is it's not activated, and I'll pretend it is, so that basically, like, I'll make them think that I actually went out and got them a gift card, and they're trying to get the numbers off the back of it. And I'm like, nah, you know what? I don't want to give you the numbers. I don't know you that well and all that stuff. And I start messing with them. It's fucking. I have a lot of fun. I have a lot of fun with the scam baiting. They call it. They call that scam baiting.
Yeah.
I love doing it. It's so much fun when you scam bait people. That is like hilarious.
That must be a New York thing because I enjoy messing with those scammers too, man. Must be a New York thing. I like wasting their time. You like wasting their time.
It's absolutely hilarious scam bait. There's a guy who does it on YouTube for money. He's called his YouTube's called Kit Boga. And those Indian scammers that call you, yo, this dude scam baits the hell out of those guys.
I do that. When they call from the IRS.
Yeah,
Oh,
or the
Yeah,
Social
keep them on the
Security,
phone. They're
or the
like,
Social Security people.
So you're telling me that I owe the government money? And be like, yes, if you don't pay us, you're going to be behind the bars. I'm like, what? What the fuck are you talking about?
called and said he was Officer Johnson.
Oh, yeah.
Like, yo, wait a minute. Yo, you can't even say Johnson.
Yeah, man, that shit is hilarious, man. I love scam bait. I love it.
Yeah.
But no, but see, my thing is, I can understand that those people are hurting over there and everything. But you know what? We're not trying to get scammed. The thing about it is, why would I be sending you money? I haven't even physically met you. You know, I'm not sending you money. I don't know you. You know, you'd have to be out of your mind to send one of them money like that. Because I mean, you know, there's really nothing for them to do but scam you if that's the case.
Yeah.
I've had one get on like that tried to talk to me, and she I done deleted her number, everything. Came out of nowhere talking about, I do whatever you want, do whatever you want. I'm like, bro, like,
Yeah, it's like,
what can you do for me? Like, you are 8,000 miles from me. You can do whatever you want to me, but you're 8,000 miles away. There's nothing I can do. You can't do anything to me.
That's the shame, and that's the real shame of it. The shame of it is, yeah, granted, these people, you know, they need money. Granted, they hurting and this, that, and the other. But the thing about it is, you're not going to be able to scam me just because you need money. That's bullshit. That's not happening.
Well, it works for some guys. Some guys really desperate, man. You know?
Some guys, what?
I said some guys are really desperate, man. That's why it's good to talk about it, man, because maybe one of them guys don't get scammed. You know?
Because the more you talk about it, chances are that you're going to meet the guy online who himself is probably getting scam baited, and your story is going to sound like his, and then he's going to put two and two together. He's going, oh shit, this bitch is scamming me. You know, it's a shame. That's a damn shame. It's a damn shame, and it's sad because with these women, especially these foreign women, like they're basically not doing anything that other women aren't doing. The only thing about it is they take it into overdrive because they're trying to get what they want and they're trying to get it quickly, and that's the real issue. They're trying to get it quickly. Oh shit! You know, so they're trying to get what they want. And they're trying to get it as fast as possible. And they don't have time. They don't have time to wait because for them that's a meal. You know, they're looking for some food. You know, for them that's a meal. So it's like, and some of their parents encourage them to scam. You know, some of their parents literally encourage. You know, they encourage them to be scammers. You know, and that's like it's a shame, but that's just how it is. That's the game.
Business life. I got to ask you one more question. Do you know about the issue about the women the Filipino versus the family thing issue? You know that issue, right? Like,
what do you mean? The Filipina has to bring money to the family?
Well, it's more like if you marry one, sometimes the family will put you between. They'll make her kind of fight with you to get money, like so. Because some Filipino families believe that all Americans are rich, so what they'll do is they'll be pushing and leaning on her to get you to give her more money. So they all need to be on the same page before you get married or anything like that, because the first thing that's going to come out of their mouth when you once you get married to them, if they think you're rich, is that they're going to be like, oh, well, he's rich, he needs to give. So the aunt going to be coming, the uncle, the cousins, everybody's going to be always asking for money all the time. And if you don't have something kind of under control, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. So it's a fair warning on them.
On his point, do not invest in anything because they try to get you to invest in their pig farm and shit. Don't invest in nothing. Like, you know what? I would say, yeah, listen, the only money I've got is on credit card and I don't have cash or whatever.
If they need a $50 spot, like whatever.
No,
Yeah,
no,
but
no,
it's
no.
not.
That's where it starts. That's where it starts. So you think it's that easy. That's where it starts. Next thing you know, all of a sudden you're into them for a couple of 100,000, or well, not really 100,000, but let's say you're into them for a couple of thousand. But it started with something simple, like they're just asking for some cash. Do you watch 90 Day Fiance? Like, did you watch the story of No Neck Ed?
Yeah, I seen that.
Well, you remember how the sister was getting money out of, or trying to get money out of him behind the other sister's back, and like she was trying to get money out of her.
Yeah, I saw that. How much money was
Yeah.
she trying to get? I don't remember. They were really
Chances are, it wasn't even that much. Chances are, she was trying to probably get maybe a couple of hundred pesos or something. But for them, that's a lot of money.
I understand. I think Ed was being an asshole.
No, Ed was an asshole.
He could have gave her fucking $20.
Yeah, but here's the thing: should he have to pay? Should he have to pay to like? Here's the thing: he was a visitor there, right? He hasn't like. Should he have to pay just to be a visitor there? That doesn't make sense. You see what I'm saying? Like here he is, he's just visiting the place. Why should he have to be paying money just to be a visitor? That doesn't make sense.
If you look at it from that perspective. I'm
Well,
looking at it from another perspective.
Well, I mean, listen, I'm not saying that he wasn't good for it or that he couldn't have helped out. But listen, I just got here. I'm up here begging your daughter, and I'm planning to take her away because some of them act like you have to pay for the right to take the daughter with you when you go to your country, and they're acting like you have to pay for the right to the daughter as if it's like a dowry or something. And that happened on another one of the shows because basically we don't learn about it in history class anymore. But a dowry is basically like when a woman comes into a marriage, she's bringing money with her, or she's bringing the family's wealth. She's bringing a piece of that money with her. It's like an inheritance, right? So the thing about it is they don't teach us about that anymore because of the liberal feminism and shit. But ultimately, the question is, it's like, should I have to pay just for the right to, should I have to pay for the right just to be there, just to marry this chick? Like, it's like what you're talking about at that point is you're talking about a dowry. That's what you're talking about. Like, I'm not invested in shit. No pig farms, no farms of any kind. I'm not invested in anything.
But so $20 just to make them feel good. Come on.
Nah. Listen. He's not.
That's where it starts.
It's not about the fact that now it's one thing if you're married to that person and you want to give money to the family that way, but if they start asking you for money, the problem is if they're asking for money, first off, your girl needs to know about it, and then you need to see how she reacts to it. And if she's not offended by the fact that they did it, then it's a problem because what'll happen is that's what's going to be your life when you marry her. Like they're going to try to take you. Bruce had plenty of stories of guys having conflicts with girls once they got married because the family's been pushing on them for money. Now, you don't want that. Like it might be cool in the beginning. $50 might not mean that, but when it's $50 a day, $100 tomorrow, $50 the next day, it starts piling up. And then it's not about when you give it. It's going to be the day you say no is when it's going to be a problem.
And that's when it's going to be a problem. And then all of a sudden, because I've heard of some of these guys, and what these chicks will do is these chicks will like blackmail them. And they'll be like, "Oh yeah, well you gotta give it to me, otherwise, or else." It's like fuck that.
Or else what?
Or else no, you know what? Or else I'll divorce you, or else something. Like there's always a something. Or else I'll leave you, or whatever. Or because the thing about it is, once they start living with you in America, all of a sudden now you're dealing with somebody who. Now you're dealing with somebody who has rights because once she starts living with you, it's like, she's a citizen and all that. And then because
and
up
and
until
you
she
and
started
you
living with you, she ain't got no rights.
and you she picked and now you also are required to take care of her. So it's going to be
How
like
then
now
all of a sudden
spousal
now she
support,
more rights?
child support. It's spousal support, child support, and yes, they will leave. It just depends on the type of woman you get. That's why I said like be very careful because even if let's say even if she doesn't leave, do you really want to be married to somebody that's fighting with you all the time about money because your family thinks you're rich? You don't really want that. That's not going to be fun. That defeats the purpose in
It's
leaving the country in the first place.
Pretty
it's
much,
gonna
yeah.
take a little while for it's gonna take. It's not gonna take that long for you to see her real attitude.
Nah,
No,
don't
no,
believe
no,
that.
that's
Don't
that's
believe
not
that.
true.
It could
It's
take
not a
months. It could take
it's the
months.
long game. It's the long game. What we're saying is in this fashion is don't give if family starts asking for money immediately right when you start showing up, that is a red flag that you're
Yup.
going to have problems with the family because they're looking at you as like you're rich.
Like you're
That's why they're
a
asking
meal
you for
ticket.
money.
They're looking at you like you're a meal ticket.
Might be dead, man. But, I mean, on that end, it's probably dead. It's dead. No, we were just saying be careful. That's all. Can you all hear me still?
I hear you fine. I did hear somebody in or like go in and out, but no, I hear you just fine.
Okay, it's back.
I think Trucker muted me again.
No, I haven't muted anybody.
No, I was talking about on YouTube, but YouTube's good now. Bruce,
we still on
at?
YouTube?
Yeah, we still on YouTube the whole time, bro.
I know, though.
Bruce gonna have some long content.
Yep.
We're like, God dang, Bruce went ate a sandwich. Bruce ate a sandwich, took a nap.
Yeah, I thought he must have went shopping or something. But yeah, on that subject, it's like you can't be a gift horse with these chicks. It's like you don't want to give them like you don't want to give them really like you don't want to be sending nobody money. You know, it's like a how should I say? It's like you have to be disciplined enough to be like, nah, I'm not doing it.
I mean, it can be hard. I mean, now if you've been in a relationship for a long time, if you've been in a relationship for a long time, if that's what you want to do, then that's your business. And if you're getting married to this girl or something, and you want to give the family money, then I'm not going to tell you not to do that, but I am going to tell you, like, if you first meeting this girl, you should not give money to the family, and they should not be asking you, because the minute they ask you, you're going to have problems. Huh?
When you first meeting them, if they asking for that, that's something different.
Oh, that's what I was talking about, yeah.
Yeah, because the problem is you'll roll up and you're basically like you roll up like a meal ticket. You look like it's like if one of these big superstars rolls up into these people's house with the intentions of taking their daughter away. A lot of them, when they having all these kids, a lot of them are having these kids as their retirement plan. Like they think that they're going to farm these kids out to work and that they're going to be pushing up payments back to them. And that's really a bad dependency culture way to have things. But when you come in, you're basically looking like a meal ticket to them. You know, I have an uncle, and he married this Dominican chick, right? And she is 14 years younger than my uncle, right? And my uncle is retired, and he's basically living like he's rich, basically. Like he has a huge house in New York. And when her parents come over, like they're looking around like, wow, like I ain't never seen all this shit. Like I can't believe this. You got all this, you got all the nice cars and this, that, and other. And the thing about it is now you take that a step down, you go to the Philippines, and they see you and you shining and everything, and they're like, oh wow, good job. You got yourself a nice one. And they're like, yo, listen, I need you to invest in this pig farm or something. It's like, nope. You have to have the discipline to say, nah, I'm not invested, nada. And then you have to figure out a way to be able to say it, but to not come off as if you're stingy, because a lot of her friends will try to get money from you through her, and a lot of her family will try to get money from you through her. Like before you know it, you'll be putting kids through school.
Wow.
It's crazy.
2 years with this one, I didn't have no instances of anything like that.
But that's good. I mean, that's good, and it's not. And just to be honest with you, just because a girl, I mean, I would say that, if you didn't do anything wrong, she might be pissed off at you, and she might be talking to somebody else. But then again, man, maybe she's just mad. You know, maybe reach out to her, see what's going on. You know.
Well, my bottom line is this: if y'all haven't physically been together in all this time, chances are she's seeing somebody else. Bottom line. Chances are she is seeing somebody else.
That could be the case. I mean, anything's possible.
No, I'm saying that absolutely is the case. She's seeing somebody else. Because when it comes to getting her freak on, she's getting her freak on whether you there or not.
But see, usually if the only way that happens is if you open the genie's bottle already. If she hasn't opened the genie's bottle yet, I mean,
what genie's bottle? And she's how old?
Just turned 30.
Are you trying to say she's a virgin?
Somebody's hitting that. If she made the mistake of saying that she ain't getting that hit, she's lying. Somebody's getting in that. One thing I know is I know Filipinas, and let me tell you something. If she's any age, somebody's getting that. I'm sorry. I hate to say it, but they will lie to you. They'll be like, "Oh, I've never had sex," or I had sex, but I didn't have an orgasm or something like that. Like they'll try with that bullshit. As long as she's not carrying a kid, for the most part, that's like the only way you can kind of know whether or not she's having like sex, because a lot of them don't use protection. But for the most part, somebody's probably hitting them drawers.
Well, it could be.
Hey man, I'm gonna play good guy here, man. Maybe she's not giving it up, man. Maybe she's a good girl.
There's no such thing. There's no such thing. When you're talking about Filipinas, there ain't no such thing as a good girl. That's not. I'm sorry. Somebody's hitting them drawers. And I'm sorry. You're saying it was 2 years that you think a female's going 2 years without sex? Shit. Dude, you don't allow your emotions to betray you. It's not true. It's not true. She's probably getting banged up and down Manila. She's getting banged up and down the coast.
Come on, be nice,
what are you
man.
kidding? Let me tell you something. First of all, you're talking about females that are indoctrinated to have all their children by the time they're 18. So, and you think she went 2 years without getting it hit? Hell's no.
Come on, man. Be nice, man.
I'll say this. The best case scenario is that she's on a very powerful birth control, or they use condoms. But I believe that if she's not hiding children in her province, she's doing something, man. I'm telling you, she's doing something. The only way she's not doing something is if she's old, fat, and ugly, and chances are she's still having sex.
Well, I'm not even questioning that. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm a man. I know how it is.
I'm just saying, you might want to get ready to just start over. You can meet her, you can talk to her, you can have some fun with her. Maybe you'll have to go out for some drinks or a date or whatever. But I'm telling you, somebody has been tapping that ass for the last 2 years, and you'll never find out about it. She'll never post photos of the dude. You'll never know. But it's like. No. If Jesus came back, well, no. All I'm saying is that chances are she's got a guy in the picture. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, as a guy that understands female nature, that's just how it is.
Yeah, no, absolutely. As a female who understands guy nature, I mean, within the last 2 years, have you dated?
Who, me?
Yeah, have you been seeing other women within the last 2 years?
Of course.
Of course you have. So you already know she's getting knocked up and down Manila.
Yeah, that's why I'm not arguing with you on that fact.
Oh, okay, good. I don't want you to see. The problem is some of these guys actually especially some guys believe that bullshit when they hear it because they want to believe it. But these women are liars.
Why would you? Wow.
They are liars. Like for instance, before you got here, I was telling him about this dude I know because I've heard this story a lot of times. This Filipina chick was lying to him and telling him that she was showing him photos of what she called her 2 nieces. Like she had 2 female nieces, right? Turns out those were her kids, and those were by 2 different baby daddies. Those were her kids. And he didn't find out about it until one of her enemies broke it to him, right? And the thing about it is, he was up there like crying to me and shit. And I was trying to tell him exactly what I was saying right now. He was crying to me. He was like, "Yeah, she lied to me. She said that she had barely ever had sex, and this, that, and other." And she was like, "Oh yeah, I barely ever had sex, and I've never had a good time having sex. This, that, and other." The bitch got 2 kids. Up there lying. She doesn't try to pretend she's virgin married.
You do know there's a way to figure that out.
Yeah, check and see if she's got children. That's the easiest way.
No, I'm saying not even that. Make her friends, your friends on Facebook.
Well, yeah, that helps. But you also have to remember, a lot of her friends, what she'll do is she'll hide them from you. And even if they are friends with you, like, because what I've noticed is Filipinas, they get their family members to get onto your Facebook, right? So their family members, they're not afraid of their family members because they don't think their family members will cheat with you on them. Their friends absolutely will. Like their friends, the first chance their friends get, their friends are up there talking to you a certain way, and they're like, yeah, because that's even with my situation. Like the girl I'm talking to, one of her friends. Oh well, I'm not really her friend that much. I mean, we went to high school together, but we barely know each other now. So you can come fuck me instead of her. It's like, nah, man, you gotta be so like their friends are looking for that hookup. Their friends are looking for that hookup. So I don't believe a word that any of them say. If I'm not there and I can't physically watch her, and even if I could physically watch her, I still wouldn't trust her. And I'm sorry. That's just how it is. Those girls.
Oh my God!
No, I'm sorry, man. Those girls. Let me tell you something. No. It's not me. I look at the cautions of of people I know. All of these stories that I've seen on YouTube where these guys gotten screwed. I'm talking about even the Filipinas who come out warning you about other Filipinas. Let me tell you something, and it's not just Filipinas. It's because even girls here have a problem with promiscuity. Because every time you turn around, you're hearing about a cheating girlfriend. Like the Nissan Altima is the official car.
Even girls here? You mean especially girls here?
Oh, especially girls here because they got that social media shit going. So they got guys always in their inbox sending them dick pics, this, that, and other, and trying to get them to trade in on you and go for them.
But girls don't like that.
What do you mean girls don't like what?
Dick pics.
Oh, let me tell you something. These girls got a secret phone message app folder where all them dick pics, they tuck them away. The only ones they don't talk to are the guys who show them one that they don't like, and they tucking them dick pics away just in case. They're plan B. Plan B, C, and especially plan D. Dick. D for dick. And that's the thing. And let me tell you something. You gotta watch these girls, man. You gotta watch these girls. See, the sad thing about it is we got so much promiscuity going on here, and we're going out looking for what we think is a decent wife. But over there, they got a whole damn teen pregnancy epidemic over there. Not to mention, do you know how many of these females shacking up with guys just to get through this pandemic, and they got no choice but to fuck? It's like, nah, man, it's bad, man. It's like, so when you tell me this girl 2 years, chances are she might be damn near married to somebody else. I'm just saying, I hope you all the luck. But my thing is, when you go over there with the plan that you're going to start over.
Oh, no. We done.
Oh, you're done. Okay, great. So she's probably moved on. Yeah, that's okay. So she's probably moved on. Because I know, like, one of the chicks that I was talking to over there and one of the chicks I was dating over there, I had to end it with her, and I moved on to another one. And she doesn't even like the fact that I moved on to another one. And because she was like, oh, please tell me if you date somebody else, it won't be a girl from here. And I was like, no, it's a girl from there. I was like, nah, it's a girl right from there, too. You might even know it, but I'm not going to show you her photos. And that's just how it is, man. I'm sorry. But these Filipinas, man, that's a cutthroat business over there getting a good young foreign man. See, the problem that they're having is they don't really see many of us come over there until we're older. The only ones of us that they see come over there are these military guys, and the military guys are usually sleeping around with the hookers. So they've got a whole generation of children born with no father that they know of, and it sucks. But my thing is, it's like, my thing is you hope that you can find a perfect one, and you hope that everything goes perfectly, and you want to get her over here so she can marry you, and everything goes great. That's what you hope. But the reality is it's difficult to get into that mode. It's difficult to get in that mode, man. It really is. But I'll tell you what, I'll date one of them before I'll take one of these here. It's like you couldn't pay me to marry an American woman. My ex-girlfriend, I have a black ex-girlfriend. She's 40 years old. She's still living with her father. Her father invites me over the house because he's trying to get this bitch off his hands. He's desperate trying to get her out of there. I got my own house. I got race cars. Her father invites me over to everything. Her mother likes me too. And they desperately try to get her out of their house. And I'm like, nah, it didn't work out. I'm sorry. Nah, I'm not going back. Sorry. Nope. and she's 40 years old. I'm 39. She's 40 years old, and she's still living with daddy. She's she's a black woman. Not married. Not married.
Isn't that how it's supposed to be?
And guess what? As a black woman, she is highly educated. Because that's the first mistake they make. They spend all that time going to school and getting highly educated. They got all these degrees that they can pull out in your face because everybody wants to have a fucking PhD. And she's up there trying to show you all these degrees and everything. And what women don't understand is 40 years old. She's got like 3 master's degrees. She's 40 years old and she's still living in her daddy's attic. Now, how about that? Whew. 40 years old, black female, so you already know she's at the low end of the totem pole on the dating game. Because the problem is black men got all the choices in the world. So the thing about it is 40 years old, multiple degrees, very highly educated, single, no children, and there ain't no guys trying to get inside her. And that's the sad thing about it. So that means that right now, I could probably count on both hands how many eggs she's got left in her, and then the eggs are going bad. I feel bad. Because all she would love, her dad is trying to get me to come over there and fertilize them eggs. I'm like, no, I'm not doing it. Nope, I got me a young Filipina, my age, 21. Why would I want your daughter, who's 40 years old, who already things didn't work out with her because she tried to argue with me? Why would I go back to her when I can get me a Filipina half her age? Why would I do it?
This conversation went downhill real quick.
Oh, no, it was always going to get where it is now. It's just that I didn't get a chance to open up.
You notice I've been quiet, right?
Yeah, no problem. No, but listen, chances are, listen, if you're a single black man and you don't have any kids, chances are there's some black woman that you know who's your age, who either went to school with you or you met in college or something. And chances are she's the same age as you, she's unmarried, she's got no children, and she's ticking down the last couple of eggs up until that dozen is gone. Good. Ain't that right? I know it's true. However old you are, there's a black woman who you know, and she's got no children, she's not married, and she would love to hook up with you, but you figured it out that you can go get a woman half her age, and it'll only cost you a couple $1,000s to ship her over here.
To ship her over here?
I love ship her over here.
I love how you putting it.
Ship her over here. All she got to do is pack her shit and put it on the back of JetBlue and fly her ass right over here. And next thing you know, you got a wife who's 20 or 21 or even 18. Did you watch 90 Day Fiancé? There's this guy who's like 58 and he was dating this Filipina named Nikki. This guy is Steve and Nikki or Mark and Nikki. This guy is 58 years old and she's 18. 18!
I don't know if I can do that.
He did it! He didn't give a fuck! He's like, yo, I got me an 18-year-old Filipina, no children, brought her over here, married her, and boom, that guy is the happiest fucking pervert you'll ever know. And the thing about it is, it was legal. You don't give a shit. And that's how you gotta do it. My ex-girlfriend's father is desperately trying to get me to take her back, and I'm like, nope, not having it. I'm gonna post a link to her right now. It's Mark and Nikki. Nikki was 18. Yeah. This dude was 58. 58. I'm posting the link right now. I posted it on YouTube. And this dude is 58 years old. How do you do that? So meanwhile, now mind you, this guy, he's a white guy, right? So this guy is showing off his young 18-year-old Filipino. This dude's 50 freaking 9 now. She's like 20 something now. She's because this was 2 years ago. But I'm like, yo, that's crazy. If he can do it, I can do it.
This light isn't coming on?
I just posted that link to you. You'll see it? You'll see it. You'll see that link I just posted to you. That bastard. Every time I look at that guy, all I can do is get jealous. I'm like, yo, wait a minute. This dude's older than me. He's damn near 60 years old. And then, you know what's funny? He had a Filipino wife, and she divorced him and left for whatever reason. So he already had kids with the first wife, who was about his age. He went back there, and instead of crying about it, he just got another one that was even younger, and then made a sign a prenup. I'm like, Jesus Christ, this guy is brilliant. You see that? And she's cute, too. She's nice and tall. Damn. That's a damn shame. She was 19. Okay, he was 50. Man, I'm 39, man. I'm 39. I'm making money. It's like I can go right over there. And the chick I'm talking to now is 20. Or she's like, yeah, she's 20, 21. But the last chick I was with was closer to my age because I'm 39 now. She's like the other one I was with, she was like 4 years behind me. But this one is 21 now. And she can't wait for me to bring her back. She's like, yo, listen, if I can climb into your suitcase, no problem. I can't wait to get out of here. And she wants to come back here, live with me and be the wife. And she's up there showing me her cooking skills with these stupid iPhone videos. And making me do the FaceTime because they want to keep you alive. You
gotta send me a picture of your girl, man.
I'll show you. Yeah, listen, I'll show you. Yeah, but basically, for the most part, I mean, they, when they're that age, they all, for the most part, look alike. So I'll show you the photo. I'll send it over right now. No problem. I ain't hide nothing. It's like I don't even have to hide nothing. But my chick, the chick that I'm talking to now, isn't as cute as the chick in the picture that you sent me. The first one you were with. That chick she's cute. I like her, and she got the nice long brown hair. Nick Biggs.
Yeah, he talking about my girl.
Yeah, but the new chick I'm with, yeah, she's okay. She's nice. But my thing is, man, it's like, see, my thing is, I want one who's taller.
She has an iPhone?
No. She's got one of them cheap ass phones over there. She got a cheap phone.
You said when she be FaceTiming you, I'm like, if she has
someone got iPhone.
She has, you know what it is? She's not using FaceTime. She's using Facebook video.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the chick that I'm talking to now is in her 20s, and just in case things don't work out with her, I'm also talking to another one who's a little bit closer to my age, but I'm really just talking to her. I'm not planning to go there and bang her out or anything, and I don't know how, I don't know if that relationship will work out, but it's always good to have a plan B. Because I'm serious. Like, I want a nice, good wife. And not from America, not from America. I can do so much better.
I have kids, so I don't really care about having any more kids.
See, I don't have any children, and the thing about it is, until the situation is perfect, I don't want any. Until the situation is as close to perfect as I can get it.
That's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing at all, man.
No, because my problem is with these. I'm sorry, with American women, I don't trust none of them. I'm sorry, I just don't trust them. I'll trust a Filipino who's 9,000 miles away before I'll trust an American woman across the street. I'm sorry. That's just how I feel. That's how I feel about it. I'm sorry. And then this one, because she's young, she's like 20. 2021. So she's very materialistic. She's always talking about, oh yeah, I want a car like that. I want you to buy me this car, and I want you to buy this and buy that. And I'm like, okay, listen, honey, we'll talk about all of that when I get there, okay? Because for right now, it's like COVID, has other ideas. It's like I'm not sending money over there, so we'll talk about it when I get there, okay? No problem, But they all cute because they're young, so they're all cute. But the hard part is finding a nice, tall, sexy, attractive one, and this, that, and other. But yeah, I'm sending you a photo right now.
Are you good, man?
Oh yeah, no, but the thing about it is there's so many choices, there's so much option, and that's the thing that American women hate, the fact that we actually have choices and options.
Which one?
What?
Which one is it? Which one is it, man?
Take a guess.
If I was you, I would say I like the one in the black or the pink. Which one?
Black or the pink? Money Life Business. You see this photo? Which one do you think's the best looking one here?
I think it's the black or the pink, man.
Yeah, well, you guessed right. The one that I'm talking to is the one in the black.
That's what I was guessing. I figured the one in the black, man.
Yeah. Because the other ones are about the same age as her, but they're all physically they're the same damn thing. It's like you're not getting any. Like, I'll send you one more photo, but physically, like, they're basically like clones, damn near. So my only thing is, it's like I'm just looking for the best fit. She's had me on the FaceTime talking to her family and this, that, and other. It's like, okay, yeah, it's nice to see y'all and all that, but listen, I'm not sending a dime over there. So I hope y'all guys survive coronavirus, because I'm not doing any money right now. I'm not doing it. I hope y'all survive that shit. Yeah, how about this photo? Oh, in fact, listen, the Filipina ex that I was dating when I was over there, she's up there texting me right now. She's like, hi, because she keeps trying to get me to talk to her. But I'm like, listen, I keep talking to her just to let her know I still care. But the relationship, as far as me and her, that one's over. I'm sorry. Our problem with dating is you can't date people 9,000 miles away. You gotta be there. It's like the longer you go away, it just breaks down. Because I tell you, if it hadn't been for the fact that we had to do school, I would have married a Chinese one. Somebody's mic is messed up. Somebody's mic is messing up.
No, it's not mine. Maybe it was mine. I heard a little crazy noise.
You see the photo I just sent you? All of them are like 5 foot nothing.
Now the one in the red. Now I'm surprised you didn't try to grab a hold of that one too.
That's
you
know the one. You mean the one in the red shorts?
Yeah.
But that is the one in the black shirt. That is her. She's in the middle. That is her. Yes.
I thought it was the one on the other side.
No. The one who took the photo with the black shirt in the first photo I sent is the same one in these red shorts. And let me tell you something. She's ready. If I was there right now, she's ready to get it on. She's ready to get it on. That's what I'm saying. I'm telling how it is. She's ready to get it on. I'm telling you, she's up there telling me, like, because if you have a relationship with a Filipino, I already know that she's done sex messaging with you, and she's probably invited you to watch her in the shower a couple times.
I'm not saying a word, because
you don't have to say it, because they do the same shit. You don't have to tell me, because listen, culturally, when these girls get on the internet for the first time and they get their phone and they get a laptop or something, they act a damn fool. So you don't have to tell me, because I already know it's true. Even if you watch 90 Day Fiancé with No Neck Ed, that chick had him doing sex messaging on the phone with her. I already know it's true. They all do the same damn thing. They try to keep you on as long as possible. They're like telemarketers. And then they, you're about to go to sleep? Well, why don't you join me in the shower? And you're like, oh, okay, sure. Next thing you know, like 2 hours later, you got to go to bed and everything, and you watched her take a shower and everything. Let me tell you something. They do the same thing. It's like an archetype. They do the same thing. So you're seeing these photos. Every last one of these girls is as nasty as you want them to be. And no, but listen, I'm being truthful. That's all it is. I'm just being straight up forward. I think Money Life Business, I think he's on his phone or something. I don't know if he's still with us. But Bruce done bowed out. He's like, yeah, I'll leave the server on and I'll come back tomorrow. But but yeah, man, you see these girls? You see, these are some hot freaking girls, man. And the thing about it is, the average one of them pretty much is better than like a 9 or a 10 here in America, because usually our 9s and 10s can't cook and they won't do nothing for you. You know? Damn shame. I shouldn't have to fly 9,000 miles away. Huh?
A 9 or 10 here is community property.
Yo, your mic is breaking up real bad. Your mic.
You sound like a robot. You sound like a robot.
You sound like the Terminator after he got stabbed through the chest with the spike. Your mic is broken up real bad. Yeah, but no, that's all. In fact, I'll send you one more. I'll send you one more photo to, let's see, I'm going to send it to Money Life. And she's up there saying, oh, yeah, I like this car. I really wish I could have a car. I'm like, yo, listen, when you get here and you're my wife, yeah, you can have a nice little car. You can have a nice little car. Why not? After I get you a job, you can buy a car.
God dog, man. You might have to leave the server and come back, bro.
Yeah, whose mic is it? Who is that?
That's Money.
Oh, it's Money Life? Yeah, Money Life, you're broken up real bad.
He just left.
Oh, good, good. Yeah, but I'm telling you, yo, and this girl right
here. She's pretty, though.
She's cute, but after you've lived there long enough, all of them look like that. Like for them, as long as they're young and they don't have no children,
how is
for
it
the
now?
most part,
that's better.
Archetype.
That's better, man.
Yeah, that sounds good. What do you think about those photos, Money Life?
Oh yeah, that's cute. That's cute.
Yeah, they all just like that when they're nice and young and everything. So the whole thing about it is, it's like they're like an archetype for the most part. There's nothing special about her compared to the rest of them. And these are province girls for the most part. The deeper into the province you go, the girls go crazy when you come to the province. Like if they see you, oh, they're like, oh my God, there's a man here. And this, that. Like they lose their damn mind. I'm gonna send you one more too. I got a nice one. I'm gonna send y'all one more. But let me tell you something. I can't wait to get back. Because me personally here, I don't date. I don't date here anymore. I just don't do it. Because the last thing I'd want is to accidentally end up in a relationship with one of these American women and get stuck in that shit. Nope.
Said no.
Nope. Her father can invite me over for barbecues as much as he wants. I'm not taking her. No. And it's funny because normally you don't see fathers who really like the guy that they think their daughter is hanging out with or her boyfriend or whatever. Normally that's not how it is with fathers. But her father loves me. And if he had the choice, like if this was Africa and he could marry her off to my family for a cow and some pigs, that bitch would already be gone. We'd be married like for the last 10 years. Guaranteed. Like, what was that book? All Things Fall Apart. I think the native son with bigger. You remember the kid, like the African boy who got married and it was an arranged marriage? Let me tell you something. Her father can't wait to get her out of his house. Can't wait to get out. But nope, we're not doing that. Nope. I have a better deal. Sorry about that. I have a better deal.
Come on, man. You got to give in, man.
No, I don't. I mean, let me ask you a serious question. I'll ask both of you this question. Where do you guys shop? What grocery store do you shop at?
Well, mine's not well known here. Like New York State.
Okay, good. You shop at Walmart.
I shop at Walmart and Food Lion, but then you don't know Food Lions.
I'm going to ask you a very simple question. If you were going there and you were about to buy some eggs, and there's an egg that's already kind of expired or is close to expiring, and then there's brand new fresh set of eggs, but there's one left on the shelf and that one's expired or expiring, which one are you going to pick?
I mean, dairy products, man, you got to stay with the freshest you can get, man.
Goddamn right. So that's why this chick is 20, 21, and Mrs. 40-year-old, you can stay right in your daddy's attic. I don't care.
Come on, man.
You had your chance.
You gotta say daddy's attic though, man.
You had your chance,
man.
but you wanted but she's in daddy's attic. The girl is 40 years old. She lives in the top floor of her daddy and mom. She lives with her parents at 40. And then her brothers are 39. Both of them are about to turn 40. They live in the damn house too. How are you parents letting your kids stay in your house till 40? What? Oh my God! They gotta start spoiling these damn kids, man.
Actually, that's how it should be.
No, till 40? You want to live in your mama's house till you're 40? Hell no.
No, you're supposed to look. Well, how it has been, you stay in your mother until you're ready to go out on your own and start your own family.
Dude, listen, check this out.
I'll meet y'all out later.
No man. Oh, are you leaving?
Yeah, bro.
All right, well, no, it's nice having you.
All right.
No man should be living in his parents' house past the age. Even if I factor in the recession and I factor in student loans, no man should be living in his parents' house past the age of 28. No man. And especially a female. A female is supposed to be married off, and she's supposed to have a man, and she's supposed to be out of her parents' house. Because here's the thing. How are you supposed to have a healthy sexual relationship if you're right next door to your parents and the walls are paper thin?
You're not supposed to be having that until you get married anyway.
Yeah, but you have needs. I have needs. She has needs. I have needs.
See, you're looking at it from a totally different, the new wave opinion.
I'm talking about sexual needs. I have needs.
You don't have needs, but you're not supposed to be doing it until you're married.
Oh, okay, but that's the whole point. You're supposed to be married and out of that house by the time you're 25.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, but that's not happening. Our culture is poisonous.
Not necessarily 25.
Okay, how about 30? Can we say 30?
Yes.
Because you got to understand, women have a biological clock. The sad thing about it is, if you look at any of these cultures, even if you look in the Philippines, as you move away from the cities and the developed areas, right, that there is no real age of consent. Females are at their most fertile when they're between 15 and they're 25, right? Now, the law says that implied consent has to happen around 18 in many countries. In some countries, even in parts of America, it's 16, 17, as long as the parents are willing to sign off on a marriage between their daughter and somebody else. But the bottom line is, women are not naturally supposed to be with their parents into their freaking 30s. Because if that's the case, when do you become an adult? You become an adult at 20.
No. Legally, you do, but let's be honest. A child's your frontal lobe doesn't develop until you're 20 something. So,
well, listen, all of these developed countries that actually have their shit together, their women are marrying off the moment they turn 18. In fact,
yeah, but the men are not.
No, the men are usually older. The men are usually older men marrying younger women, and it makes sense because the men have a career by the time they've aged.
Exactly.
The men are